Go.
And welcome back to another episode of the Carnival Cards. We're pushing deeper and deeper into the Wild Beyond the Witchlight's adventure. So deep, in fact, that you've fallen into these webbed catacombs as a result of having to chase after poor Solomon, who in the previous episode had to try and distract this ghostly spider who looked like the husk of maybe Yarn Spinner himself. In any case, he had to try and pull them away so that the rest of the party weren't caught red-handed in the drafting room, reading the book The Carnival Cards, which described their adventures in some sort of alternate timeline and adventure. And even more bizarrely, it seems as though some of this actually happened. You still have the belongings that you actually acquired in that story. Stuff like pixie dust or this reed flute that you met from those other pixies. So it almost, as you're reading that book, feels as though it's not just a story that you're reading, but more like memories that you're recalling. There's a certain sense of nostalgia to it. And with that strange information, you sort of start to theorize what was really going on here. But before long, Morgul sort of reminded you, we've left Solomon out there with the strange ghost spider. We should probably catch him up. So you went outside only to find that he had been tasked with going into the catacombs to retrieve the typesets which had been stolen and scattered down here. A previous set of spiders had been sent, but they never returned, and so, as a fitting punishment, it seems this new Solomon spider has now been tasked. You followed him down, and you left Clapperclaw with a rope to get you up, hopefully, when you return. And in this webbed maze, you found the bodies of several spiderlings. Their abdomens had been burst open from something, and on them they had little satchels with ink, writing notes, and most importantly, it seems they had been collecting typesets, but they didn't make it out alive. As you went into these recesses and tunnels, you found strange structures, architecture that you can't quite recognize, but when you look inside of them, they're almost made of this weird webbed interior, like Yarn Spinner is somehow creating these from pure imagination. And most importantly, when Rodolfo was looking at them their what's it called, devil sight? What's it called? You've got detect magic up constantly. I forget what the invocation's called.
Oh, I don't remember the mechanics. It's called.
You've got an Eldritch invocation that allows you to constantly see magic, but
Yep.
when you look at
Eldritch
this,
Sight.
Eldritch Sight. Eldritch Sight.
Eldritch Sight.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So when you gaze upon the webs that kind of make up these structures, it's nothing that you can pinpoint exactly. It's almost like a blurred line between necromancy, conjuration, transmutation. It's like almost a more ancient magic that maybe was before they were even categorized. So it kind of blurs the line between all three. It's its own color in itself. You found down here seems to be a man living amongst this catacomb named Kono. He said that his tribe down here was effectively pulled into this world. And he seems to have a struggle remembering the time beforehand, but he seems to be the only one left. You found the source of these poor spiders' demise, a giant tarantula hawk. This purple buzzing wasp tried to sting Tarquin, but he managed to catch the needle in his hands before it did that. And you didn't give it a second chance to try that and swiftly slayed it. And sure enough, more of these spider corpses. Also, when that clock struck 3, more of these wormlings tunneled their way out of the web. They seem to be some sort of like bookworm or something. I'm not exactly sure. They got like mandibles and stingers. They don't seem to be responsible for the webs, but they do tunnel through and try to kill you nonetheless. Their hardy shells proved to be a difficult obstacle to overcome, but you did it, pulled it off. Even though Xaxx went down a couple times, got him back up in the fight, and you've even claimed a prize from a boat, a galleon that was just sort of sunk in the web. Inside was a cannon that you geniusly put into a portable hole and carried it back with you. It's got one shot, i.e., one cannonball and enough gunpowder to fire it once. And after that, you decided to pull back to the camp and take a short rest. So that's where we've left off. You guys have just fully recovered some of your hit points. Morgott's still looking a bit rough. She did take a crit back there for you guys. But I'll tell you what, I'll roll some hit dice for them. That's a lot of hit dice. Wow, okay, well they're back to full. But I don't think they got much left, hit dice wise. Alright, is everyone feeling better?
Did this count as a long rest or a short rest?
It's a short one.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just want to double check. Thank you.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Hopefully we won't run into any more of those big buggy things. Honestly, preferred fighting the little stingy one, even if that stinger looks horrible.
Yes, do not wish to get stung or bit anymore, but
Yeah.
what are and the last thing we left off with was those typesets. You seem to have found a strange message.
Yeah.
Spells out something.
Well, we can't be sure if we even have all of the letters yet.
And
but
we could
there
just
are
be seeing
perhaps some
patterns
words.
where there aren't any.
Yes.
There's still sections of the tunnels we haven't looked at, so there could be more letters that we're missing as well.
Right.
You know, Morgott, this is going to be a really weird situation for you. I mean, you're a frog. You normally eat insects. It must be really weird having them try to eat you.
With me this size, I think it is anything's prey.
Yeah. I can imagine King, whatever his name was, could have probably fit him in his fat gullet. But anyway, shall we get going?
Indeed. If he is still alive.
Yeah.
Probably the monarch has probably changed hands and changed hats at least 4 times since we left.
Yeah. Hopefully not. Hopefully the whole democratic way went through, but we'll find out if and when we go back. I mean, we've got to go back to near there. Alright, so down here then. Now, there was a bit
we
down...
haven't gone this way. Oh.
There's a bit down here where I
There's a
can
what?
see a gap in the wall. Like, maybe a hole that we can see through.
Yeah, and as you're walking down this tunnel, you do see the mast of the galleon sticking out, the crow's nest on its side, hanging like a strange spike through the wall.
Tarquin's just going to take a few steps back, see if he can see anything in there.
Be aware, there's another hole here in the wall.
Yeah, as you kind of try to like get an angle on this, you can give me a perception check. Quite high up, but you might be able to spot something.
No.
Nope, you're too short. You'd need like someone to help you up to see inside.
Nah.
Can I assist him?
Yeah, what like want to give him a boost.
Yeah.
Roll a perception.
Give me a piggy. Yeah. Why not? No.
Yeah, there you go.
They're a bit taller than me.
No. You can stand on your shoulders, but Nox, you definitely also spot something, a little glinting of something. In fact, I know a couple of you have got light down here, either through. Oh wait, you're using Eyes of the Night, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you do spot something glinting. Seems to be a satchel up there. Coins. gold, but doesn't look like anyone's up there. It's just someone's belongings.
In that case, assuming
In
not
the
to tell
crow's
Can I
nest?
search this? Can I search this spider over here to see if he's got letters?
Yep, sure enough, Xaxx, like the 4 spiders before them, this one has another set of typesets. I'll get those letters for you in just a second.
Yeah. Tarquin is going to tie one of his daggers to a rope and try to basically throw it up and sort of stab into the bag so he can pull it out, having to climb up there.
Okay, sure.
We did check the spider on the way in, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the last one you got.
Okay. Yep. Hmm.
There's
That's the one
just,
that you
just
find, Xaxx.
okay.
The
Just be careful. There are holes in the wall still where those nasty things come from.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check, Tarquin. Scaling it doesn't seem to be too difficult, but when you get up there, it's a bit of a balancing act to get to the crow's nest, and you do it pretty well. You balance along the mast, hop down into the curved crow's nest, and inside you see it looks like someone's belongings had either been abandoned or spilled out. There is a scimitar, kind of a little bit rusty, but not too rusty. It's sort of usable. There seems to be a pouch with some gold spilled out. Pick them all up. About 25 gold in total. But there doesn't seem to be nothing. There's not much else of value.
So 25 gold and a rusty scimitar.
Yeah,
I
it's
will.
sort of like a little belt or bandolier that it's attached to.
I'll take the bandolier. I like the idea of having the bandolier.
Yeah, you pick it up. It's got a nice fashion buckle, quite oversized. Almost kind of reminds you of like a pirate's buckle.
Yep. Okay, so I've got a bandolier, a rusty. Just gonna.
Tarquin, did you find any letters?
No, just some gold, this fancy bandolier, and a rusty scimitar. Someone can have the rusty
Okay.
scimitar if they want, he says as he climbs down. Not
Okay.
really my style, but I kind of like the bandolier, it's fancy.
So, as you exit into this large chamber where Xaxx is currently looting this poor spiderling, there is a giant rock formation that kind of resembles a human skull. The bad omen sends a shiver down your spines. It seems as though it was almost carved this way, but by what or for what reason, I'm not exactly sure.
Said, sorry, it was 25 gold, you said, right?
Yeah, that's right. 5 gold each.
Yeah,
If you wanted to split it.
well, gold's not that important, but
No, true.
Tarquin says, got some gold, I'll hold on to it and we can divvy it up once we get out. Though, does anyone want a scimitar? It's a little rusty, but... Or should I just keep it for the theming, because it kind of goes?
Maybe we can use it for trade later on or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll add a rusty scimitar to my sheet.
Looking through the holes, can I see anything? Like it's just tunnel beyond, right? But I can see clearly through it.
It looks as though this wall of webbing is kind of thinner than the others. And on the other side, you do perhaps spot another tunnel similar to the one you're walking on.
Yeah.
And the hole itself is about 10 foot in diameter.
Okay.
But yeah.
Xaxx, did you check this spiraling over here?
Yeah, I did. That's where I got the letters from.
Oh, we got more letters?
What do
Excellent.
you have?
Yeah.
Did you determine what they said?
I think they say find home.
Oh,
It's
wow. Okay.
Hmm. Tar-
Hmm.
Tarquin's just sort of staring at this rock. And he's just like, I don't know
I'm
why.
climb inside. I'm gonna climb inside this and see if I can find anything.
Okay. You climb on inside, and this rock, it's not completely hollow, but the eye socket is deep enough that you can like hop up into it, and even like it's like a big crawl space for you. You can give me an investigation check as you're looking around inside.
Yeah, sure. I'll get at that.
Check the
I
nostrils
tried.
too. Check behind the ears. Hey, nice. Pretty good, Xaxx. You do spot right at the back of the eye socket. There actually is another type set. And these ones don't seem to have been put into a satchel like the others. They just,
Oh,
like,
another
they're very
tombstone.
clearly, deliberately placed here. Like, at the back, sat down, with a jumble of letters inside again. And I'll grab you those. Let's see. Ah, yes. These. R R O S M R. I think that's it. And as you're picking out this satchel and as Rodolfo, you're looking up into this tunnel looks to be much bigger than the other ones. And as you look up into the ceiling here, the whole
That's good.
chamber itself seems like vaulted. In fact, it reminds you of the Carnival, the massive tents that all taper to a very large point right at the top. And this chamber is ginormous compared to the other ones. And as you're viewing this hole for just a moment, in the distance, everyone hears sort of a scratching sound. And then it turns into a clambering, a clattering.
Oh
You
no.
can even hear wood suddenly snap, almost like the mast itself just somehow got broke into pieces.
Something's coming down the way.
And if the mast snapped, which was already pretty high up,
I suggest hiding.
I'm gonna hide inside the skull. Where I already
Rodolfo's
am.
gonna go right into the hole.
all right. Everyone, give me a stealth check, and Nox is in the other eye. Brilliant.
Also,
And Tanwen, you hear, as you're the last one to try and get into a hiding spot, you hear a thunderous ripping noise echoing through this tunnel, the same tunnel you just came through.
we were not stealthy at all.
Not
Oh,
stealthy.
God.
Oh.
Everyone's panicking to get into a hiding spot. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is so bad.
They are not the best rolls, I'll admit. No, not indeed. Uh-oh. Okay,
Into
so
guidance myself.
you can guidance, but let's be honest, if you're casting guidance on a stealth check, you're probably gonna ruin your stealth. It's got verbal components, is what I mean. If you subtle
Yeah.
spell guidance, maybe, but
Also,
in any
he seems
case,
to be missing more
I'll keep my 7. I don't think it's gonna help anyway.
it's true. Couldn't get worse, could it? Alright. So in that case, alright. What comes roaring down the tunnel after it snaps the mast in two? The ripping sound
Oh no, Jesus!
A
It's so big.
huge creature comes scuttling, skittering down the hallway. It seems as though
Jeez.
this might be the mother or perhaps queen of whatever those worm-like creatures were before. It's got the same sort of mandibles, same long tail, like stingers, trailing behind it. And as it comes into this chamber, it sort of rears up and almost coils to a height that reaches the entire ceiling. And it starts to scan and look over the chamber itself. Its demeanor looks frantic, it looks pissed, almost like it's just discovered the bodies of its previous wormlings. Where's Morgort? Oh god. Morgort's definitely with you. She probably follows suit and tries to hide behind the head, but in armor, she's got disadvantage on stealth, so...
She can't do
That's
much
my
worse than
little-
any of us.
True. I'm gonna reroll that real quick. It gets 14 to be fair.
That's better than most of us.
Alright. Though this creature doesn't have very good eyes, like very good sight, it seems to be feeling the ground, perhaps like tilting its head to try and listen. And I'm gonna roll its wow, natural. You guys are in luck. Although everyone scrambles and is probably getting a little bit stuck to the web as they're trying to hide behind rocks. So long as you're remaining very still, it doesn't seem this creature has detected your presence. It perhaps takes a few skitters forward, a couple more, rears up, looks over the rocks, and you'd reckon Tanwen, it might even be in plain sight, but it doesn't seem to actually spot you. It just seems to just stare in your direction, tilting its head, listening, feeling. You can imagine with these creatures being in dark tunnels, they're very unlikely to use their eyes to sense and see things. And after just a few more suspenseful moments, it seems to spin around, scuttle backwards, and its tail trails down the tunnel behind you and completely avoids you. Wow, you got lucky there. Although everyone rolled pretty bad, and that one cannot be.
Oh,
You know, that guy we met down here, he's probably dead.
Oh god, yeah, where's Kono? I keep forgetting NPCs.
See,
No,
it's not just me.
He would have been with
Kono's
you
with us.
as well. I'm gonna quick. I mean, he's. Yeah, everyone passed practically,
Yep.
even with the
that was
panicked nature that you tried to run into.
intense. Everybody okay?
I suggest we continue moving quickly before that thing comes back. Unless anyone
Yeah.
disagrees.
No,
Okay.
I don't disagree. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm a little short on magic right now.
Yeah.
So
Well, in one of those holes, there is another tunnel we can crawl through easily without
Yeah.
getting stuck.
maybe we can.
This
Yeah,
one, right?
maybe it's not. It's gonna be. Yeah, maybe it's not gonna be big enough to go through this.
You can try and get through. Everyone who wants to pass through the tunnel, just give me an athletics check. Actually, you can give me acrobatics as well. Either one, whatever you prefer.
Dude, dice have not been with me today.
The tunnel is quite wide, but as you're kind of crawling down on all fours, more limbs coming into contact with the web cause some of you to get stuck. Xaxx in particular, you've got caught up in quite a lot of web. Tarquin managed to get through because he's probably quite small, but the rest of you are kind of waiting behind Xaxx to be for the tunnel to be unclogged effectively.
Tarquin, you want to scimitar
Yep.
the webs a little bit?
Yeah, Tarquin's gonna just get out the rusty scimitar and just cut some of the webs around Xaxx to let him through.
Okay. Doing this slices the
Oh
web,
no.
and it definitely sends a vibration up the wall,
Oh
and you see
no.
it sort of shudder all the way up the tunnel, past where that creature had gone. And you'd better hope that it doesn't come back this way, because it definitely was using its feeling sensors rather than sight to get through. Morgoth's like, quickly.
What's that?
Rodolfo, you're
Oh.
fine. You get through.
Okay.
That's a mermaid skeleton.
Indeed, there
Yes.
is. Morgoth just dives through like a frog hopping into water.
There's
Um,
nowhere to hide over this way. Is there any letters? Maybe.
Kono does manage to sort of nimbly twist his way through. Indeed, Xaxx and Tarquin, you definitely come across what looks to be a strange skeleton with a fin-like a tail. It's got to be a mermaid skeleton. It's all tangled up on the web.
Any letters in it?
Good question. Give me an investigation check.
Pretty much everything that's not webbing, I'm checking for letters.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I assist him?
Yeah, you can.
Should I just do advantage or just
Just do it.
Yeah,
Just
you-
do advantage.
normal?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can reroll.
that's better.
It seems quite dug down where the webs have kind of almost buried them, or it's odd. The web here actually feels less solid and more like a liquid, and you even see there's kind of almost like a rippling to the web, as if it's emulating or simulating water, and the mermaid sort of like almost floating and bobbing in it. And as you dig down past through the web / liquid, you actually do come across another bag of typesets. And this is. Let me get the letters for you. Oh no, this one.
Whilst they're doing that, this bit of sail that's on the mast, is that kind of like wrapped up or is it hanging down?
Yeah, it is. The sail is up.
Well, time to go check out what's in the sail. Oh. Goodbye. I think.
I just gotta. I'll roll Tanwen's acrobatics for them, or athletics probably. Yeah, they managed to power their way through the web. They're used to cutting their way through thick underbrush. Nonetheless, seems as though you're all through the tunnel, and it's after about 40 seconds when you suddenly will hear that kind of ripping sound once again coming down the tunnel.
Oh, hide in the sail.
You gonna grab the sail? Okay, sure. I
Tarquin
think
was
the
going to
others mostly
check
gonna accompany you.
in the sail to see if there was anything
I'm
like
gonna
hidden
cast
in it
guidance on
further.
myself this time.
I want to see if I can wrap myself in some of the web so that I'm like buried underneath it.
Does anyone have
Whatever.
like some good illusion spell they could just pull across to make them think that this is the wall?
I have minor illusion, so I'll cast. Yeah, I'll cast a minor illusion for you to make it look like it's non-disturbed.
Yes.
Okay. Trying to blend in with the camouflage of the web. Cast
And
minor
I'm
illusion.
going to cast mending on the web that I've just covered myself in, so that it's a whole piece, so that it doesn't look ripped.
Right. And Nox, you're still left out here in the open.
Oh, sorry.
You hear the sound of that creature returning. Likely the webbing that was cut has probably let a vibration that's reached its senses. The rest of your party have kind of gone down the tunnel behind this way. You can all give me a new stealth check as it happens.
It's a mermaid.
We're gonna try this again. a second time. And I'll say with Rodolfo using a camouflage, I quite like the use of you going into the web and becoming the terrain. You can have advantage because of your illusion.
Thank God. Yay! Oh, that's so much better.
Okay. Nice.
That's 2 good stealth checks and 3 terrible ones.
All right.
I haven't done mine.
Now, I did cast minor illusion on the sail, so anyone hiding in the sail should have a little bit of extra help.
Yeah, 11.
11? Okay. And then Nox, how are you gonna hide? I see you just dived onto the floor.
I'm just gonna hide behind this here mermaid. We're not addressing the elephant in the room as to why this mermaid is on the dead skeleton.
And also, the bit of webbing it's in appears to be like water. It's odd.
I'll say this, Nox, as you kind of the last one to get into the room, you were actually able to witness this as you sort of turn around and get into position. The giant worm-like creature tears the wall into pieces with very little effort, and it makes the hole even bigger, just rips straight through. It's the one, it clearly is the creature boring tunnels in here. And it starts to look around. Let's give it the old perception check again. Not great. Not great.
Most of us either equal or beat that. Most.
Most, yeah, you have actually done that.
As a group, we did okay.
Yeah, as a group, it doesn't stop it from exploring around. Probably comes to the mouth of the chamber that you're in, and stops for a moment. Its mandibles clicking together, almost as if it's sure there's something here. It's anticipating a fight, and yet there's no movement. Nothing for it to perceive. And in anger, it just tears a hole straight through the right here. And then, or more like bores itself just straight down and completely disappears, leaving a gigantic hole in the maze. It seems you've averted this creature a second time.
Okay, so we probably cannot count to escape it a third time.
No.
Do we have a plan for if it comes back?
Well, if we hear it coming, my plan is to get the cannon out and get it ready.
Okay. It does take time to load a cannon.
I know, but it's mostly loaded. We just need to aim and fire, right? It's got the cannonball already in it.
It does.
Yeah.
But
Um,
just gonna.
As you get to this dead end, Xaxx, you can give me a perception check. Because you swear you heard something, but it's sort of muffled and distant. And you try to listen again, more carefully. You can actually use guidance on this if you wish.
Sure.
But it sounded like a crying sound. It's almost like a sobbing, but it's so muffled. It's hard to tell where it's coming from. But you didn't hear it in the other chambers. It's just here in this kind of dead end. It's just sort of like a
Can I carefully feel around if there's like a hidden doorway or passageway that's just blocked for me right now? Like
yeah, you
carefully,
can,
just like go up really close and carefully like check, not disturbing the webbing too much.
okay. Without disturbing the webbing, you look around, perhaps just inspecting it a little bit closer. The rest of the walls look pretty much identical to the others you've seen up till now. It's all webbed in a similar fashion. There's nothing peculiar about this particular dead end. it just sounds like you're close to a sound, perhaps on the other side. And again, you're gonna hear a sort of sniffling.
Hmm.
Tarquin, we may need to get through the wall somehow.
Well, um, uh, Tarquin just goes, just like, Rodolfo, you can see magic, right?
Oui, bien. Okay.
Maybe see if there's like a hidden, like in magic door or something, like rooms that we can't see with our eyes.
Rodolfo, all the
Yeah.
webbing appears to be magical, but there's
Hmm.
nothing different about the magic in this particular dead end. It's
I don't see any hidden doors, but that creature was just, I mean, burrowing right into the wall. I mean, maybe he gets out his axe. Like, do you want to try just making a hole?
I mean, if we do, we're probably gonna
We're
call
going to
that.
set this thing off.
Yeah.
But the if I'm understanding right, the walls are made of not rock but webbing, right?
correct.
Like,
Yeah, everything is just a thick web.
so we could just,
I agree
go
with
wherever we want, as long as we do not disturb any of the webs that are transmitting across distance. We can
I
check.
I agree with Rodolfo. I think that we need to be careful because we may disturb a sense, disturb the enough that the tremors triggered that bug to know where we are.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, and
But
this tunnel looks like it's been made massive now as well. So I'll sort of represent that there.
I mean, if we're looking for a way to potentially do this without disturbing, like we probably don't want to hit it or something like that. That's gonna set it off. I could try to melt a way through.
Yes, melt or just press the thing into the wall so that it's not going to vibrate.
Okay.
Other than where we want it to go. You see?
So
Yeah.
Tarquin is going to coat his hands in the acid that he can now do, and just not necessarily with any like force or anything to cause any vibrations, but just sort of place it against to try to like melt a small hole, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
Essentially,
So trying to do this subtly,
Yep.
I will ask for a sleight of hand check.
Can I have a guidance from someone? There's like 3 choices, so anyone will
Oh,
do.
I'll guidance you.
Guidance.
Yeah.
I'll guidance.
Yeah.
Try with a steady hand to just place it against the web carefully and tapping into that
22.
draconic essence, the black
Nice.
dragon that spewed acid all over your flesh. It actually begins to ooze out of your pores, and sure enough, slowly, the acid begins to burn away the web. It's slow going. It's going to take quite a while, but the web is moving away. Like it's burning away without vibrating.
Yeah. This is gonna take a bit. Do you guys want to get ready in case that thing turns up? And whilst I do this,
Sure, and I'll eat one of the glowing mushrooms that I have.
Okay, and I move back a little bit to cover the hole into here and to listen to the one behind us to see if anything's coming our way.
The glowing which glowing mushroom is that? Would definitely have to remind me. Is this
I-
the one that just lights up your tongue?
I think it's the one that just makes your tongue glow a little bit. Yeah.
That's it. Okay, cool. So yeah, your tongue begins to glow with every chew. Your mouth brightens to the point where you've basically got a flashlight if you open your mouth.
I will open my mouth periodically to help Tarquin see.
That actually helps quite a deal because before you're just sort of seeing in the dark with eyes of the night, but now you've got a light source. You can actually begin to see which walls are thicker and which are thin, and your light permeates through. And on the other side, you actually do spot some sort of object. It's like a barrel sort of sunk into the web, and it reflects off of the light. And with that, you're kind of able to guide Tarquin in the direction through the wall where it's thinnest. And before long, yeah. Oh,
That's me
yeah, yeah.
guiding him
You
with my mouth
can't
open.
really talk whilst guiding. You're just sort of gesturing with your mouth. Ah.
Rodolfo.
What is he saying? I do not understand this language.
He's saying it's this way, and there's something reflecting the light that's giving an idea, I think. It looks like
Rodolfo.
now that we're through, there's
Lux.
a barrel.
What?
Are they through? Do we need to follow?
Perhaps come with us. We're not through yet, but we're almost there.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure what's going on over there with the muttering.
The last veil of webbing sizzles away to reveal an incredibly large chamber. In it, there's all kinds of accoutrement, crates, barrels. They all seem to be kind of cluttered around, littered. Some of them are open. You can actually smell food stores that were placed inside. And more importantly, you hear that sobbing again, sort of coming from that large hut that's sort of lopsided in this
Almost
the
looks
silk.
like a tree house, maybe.
Hello, Wendy.
Okay.
Hello? Who's there?
Are you Wendy? Hello.
Yes. How do you know
Oh.
me?
Well, it's a bit of a story, and I might say, work pretty clever too. But just so you know, Wendy, you're safe now. I'm sorry.
Emerging from the house is a young human girl. She cautiously steps forward, but hearing that kind of reassuring tone of Xaxx, she seems to reveal herself, and she's wearing a long nightgown and appears to be sort of covered in webs. Inside, there's like dishes and like food, where she's clearly been living down here. And she looks at you and says, "Oh, help me, please! You've got to get me out of here, please."
How long have you been down here, child?
Too long to remember. I was waiting for Will to come back. Maybe something terrible's happened to him. We've got to find him.
Not seeing
Yeah.
anyone called Will. We found someone called Kono.
Kono's yeah.
You
Kono's
see
from
him
a different
step
story,
forward.
though, right?
They look at each other, and there's actually sort of a look of recognition. Not one that's super familiar, but they seem to like know who each other are. And she says, "Oh, you're one of the tribesmen. Will introduced me to them some time ago, but I didn't know there was any left still down here." He says, "I am the only one left."
Where did Will go? Wendy, where did he go?
He promised that he was going to look after me here, but he needed to find a way out for us. He said that he was gonna try to bargain with Yarn Spinner. I don't know who that is, but it's all so confusing. I don't fully understand. But Will was taking care of me, and he said to wait here. I don't know how long I've been here, but I suspect some sort of wicked spell has trapped me in this nightmare.
Is Will a brother or a friend or your boyfriend or
Yeah,
your
she definitely
fiance?
she blushes when you say that. About like fiance. She explains. Oh, no, not a boyfriend, but he is simply the most amazing boy you've ever met. He came to my window one night and he took me to a wonderful place full of pixies and magic, and he promised we would never grow up, so long as we were together.
Now, Wendy, darling, it's a bit of a bad situation. I'm afraid. Um, and I'll lay out some of the. We found these letters scattered across down here, and well, they spell a message out for you that you may
Letters.
want to read. Yeah.
I found some too. And
Oh,
she pulls
yeah.
out
Oh,
another bag. She says, "It's definitely from Will. I've managed to rearrange these." And she pulls out the set of typesets. Unmistakably, they are from the printing press. And I'll grab the last letters. Let's see. Where are they?
He said the last letter, so there's no more need to look for them.
Well, it seems this will, when she tells you what it spells out, it is undeniably the last ones, because, well, I'll let you rearrange them.
I'm gonna
There you
guess
go.
Love Will.
Love Will.
No, wait.
No. Luigi.
Close.
Your will?
Signed, Luigi.
Yeah, your will, I think.
That's it.
It's an honestly, that's got to be an ominous way to end things. Like, hello, all of this complicated thing, your will. It's like, this is not the last will, I suppose, but I'm gonna have a look at what looks like a sunken rowboat.
hang, are we gonna?
Yes, the sunken rowboat is it's not, there isn't anything inside. It seems to be just the last, perhaps, lifeboat that was perhaps aboard that galleon.
Damn.
You do spot perhaps a skeleton of a dead pirate, similar bandolier to the one you have.
Does he have his pirate hat?
Hmm. Yes, sure, he has a pirate hat.
Excellent. That's the main thing I was looking for.
Perfect. There you go. You got your hat, your bandolier, and your rusty scimitar.
And I've
Just
got
need to
I've got the brigand's clothing still as well. So
just need to perfect the accent, and you could fool
Yep.
anyone.
No,
I don't know why he left them, but I'm sure they're from Will. He must have just must have left them.
If he did lift them on purpose, there does seem to be a message, but I do not think it is good news. I'm very sorry. We did not see him, but the message seems to say that he has gone somehow.
Her eyes begin to sort of well up with tears. No, no. What do you mean something happened?
Well, let's just read out the message now since we have all the stuff.
Well, actually, just before we do, these letters were supposedly stolen, right? And these spiders came to get them back. So is it possible that he did get up top?
Yes, that is a very good point.
So he might be one of the people up there who's forgotten who they are or something.
The guy in the hut
Could be.
next to us.
Oh, yeah. Or maybe he's turned into that big monster that's running around trying to kill us.
Well, as they say, where there's a will, there's a way. So let's take that way out of here and see if we can find the will.
Well, there's no will down here, so let's find the way.
Exactly.
Wendy, darling, do you know where you live? Like, where's home for you?
Home? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Um,
Where's home?
I live in a place called London.
Never heard of it.
And
It's
Is it
busy
in
street.
hither or thither, maybe?
Oh, no, no, no. I don't know any of those places. It's on a small island. But
Yawn?
I know that when Will took me away, we entered some sort of different world, but then we got pulled into this nightmare. I feel like maybe we went too far into another strange portal. I'm not sure. It felt like the sky opened up like a giant hole and we just sort of fell into this place. We haven't been able to get out.
did you meet any other people besides Kono? But when you were being taken, any creatures that were controlling the sky hole?
Those worm-like creatures, they're still lurking around here. The hole that I fell through, she kind of gestures to the one at the back of the hut. It looked like a giant one of those, like a funnel of web. Something had
Ah,
torn its way through, and that's what we fell down.
so it is Yarn Spinner,
Yeah, he's
Hmm?
he's
and
pulling them
he's the one
in.
pulling people in to make a story. But once you arrived, nothing happened to you other than you just got abandoned here. He
No, Will,
didn't,
just like
make you do things or
do
go on a
things.
well,
No,
I'd act on a stage or put on a costume or
no, that would be very strange. No, we tried to escape, but we found there was almost no way out. In the end, Will said it was safer to sort of hide here. We had plenty of food stores, and he promised he was going to find a way out, or if he didn't, he was gonna make someone make a way out. He seemed pretty confident, and whatever Will puts his mind to, he can accomplish. I trusted he would return for so long, but maybe something has happened to him. Oh no, my poor Will.
it,
Well, we still may find him up top. There are people up top that don't remember anything, so don't lose hope. So, do y'all think we've accomplished everything we need to accomplish here, or do y'all want to, and we need to head back up, or is there something else you think we need to accomplish here?
I think we have got our all the letters. I think.
I think we have all
We
the letters.
we don't know how
I think
many
we
there
try to
are.
take Kono and Wendy up, yeah,
Yeah,
and see if it's good enough, and maybe we can reunite Wendy with Will
perhaps
up
she
there.
would recognize him as one of the people who does not know who he is. She may be the only one who can help.
Aye, but we need to be careful on the way out.
The big bug, yes.
Yeah.
Wendy, there is a huge bug that's hunting us. So
Okay.
if we tell you to hide and be very, very quiet, we need you to do that for us, okay?
She looks visibly distraught, but she kind of gives a nod.
Well, I have an idea. If Wendy's nervous, maybe we can put her in the hole, and we can quickly make our way out before she runs out of air.
Possibly.
Let's Yeah, that's an option. Let's
Keep that as
keep
a
that in
last
our back
resort for
pocket.
when. But
Yeah.
actually,
It's
wait
only
a
a minute
minute.
or two in the hole, right? So perhaps if the spider comes, she can hide in there.
Yeah. Right. I also have an idea for a shortcut on the way back, potentially.
Yeah, you remember there's at least like a good 10 minutes of air in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wendy, is there
Yeah.
anything you need to take with you before we leave?
She looks back at the kind of wreck. Says, "Oh no, sorry. Embarrassed about the
Okay.
mess."
I'm gonna take a look and see if there's anything else that's interesting in there.
You see, like, she's kind of made a bit of a bed out of webbing. There are old dishes, plates of eaten food, but no, not much else other than the crates and barrels that housed them and held them.
Oh, okay. All right, Wendy, let's get you back upstairs.
Okay, I'll follow
Alright.
you.
All right, y'all go. I'll bring up the rear.
As there's a hole here, does that go
There
all the way
is.
through?
It might. It's a longer hole than the one that you climbed through a second ago. That one was very, very thin. This looks like a deeper tunnel, but
Yeah, it's gonna take.
you might be able to.
It'll be quicker and safer to go around, I think.
Rodolfo, where are you going? Go.
So no, okay, sorry, just making sure we did not leave anything behind.
I think Tarquin already explored that area. So, all right,
Okay.
there we go.
Oh no.
Well, Tarquin, I'm surprised you didn't notice it the
Yep.
first time you came out of the hole
Yep.
because it was already right there as you came out and wandered up the tunnel. You look around to see if your allies are coming, and that's when you spot the back of its chitinous plated
Oh
armor,
no.
or chitinous even. Chitinous armor is there, sort of slithering around, crawling all over the skull of this. It
All right.
seems as though it smelled something here before.
Okay. Why don't y'all stay here? I'm going to go ahead and look to see what's going on. And y'all hide for a minute if I don't come back. Xaxx, what's
Boy.
going on?
Oh, there's the big bugs out there.
Shoot. All right. And everybody's out there with them? Okay. All right.
Except
Hang
for
on.
us.
All right. Guys, can y'all hide? And the big bug's out there, and I think it spotted our friends. So you three hide. Morgoth, you were injured really badly earlier. You can join us in the battle if you know. But Cohen, would you protect Wendy? And I'm going to go out and help my friends.
Very well. Morgott is going to follow up.
I'm gonna look back at Kono and Wendy and just stay here. You know,
Okay.
to die would be an awfully big adventure, but we don't want to die just yet.
All right. We'll hide round the corner. Okay. Tam, when you pop your head out, you see the creature. It's right there, crawling all over the skull.
Okay. I see it now.
What do you guys do?
Does it notice Tarquin and Rodolfo and Nox, or is it peering in this? Does
It's
it have
kind
it
of
back to
yeah,
me,
its back
or
is turned. Yeah, you're seeing the back of its chitinous armor, and it's crawling over the skull, sniffing in the recesses where you guys were hiding before. Probably smells Nox's, scented flowers and strange autumnal, no, with spring-like scents. Maybe it's that
Rodolfo's
drop
gonna
in the
try
wind.
and just dive into the hole that is directly across, like the quickest way out, A to B. He's gonna go right
Okay.
here. I don't know if I
If
can
you
get
want to
through
go
there.
into that hole, you can give me either athletics or acrobatics. Let's see what you get. Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
17.
It is incredibly sticky in this tunnel, like it's been torn and fresh, but you are able to pull yourself through, and it does continue on. This tunnel sort of worms its way slightly at an angle, but it doesn't seem to go too far because you can feel sort of an airflow.
Okay. So can I get out, or is it just a hiding place?
You can either come out or go deeper, but there
I'm
doesn't seem to be a dead end because you can feel like a flow of air on the other side as well.
Okay.
That makes sense. So it's
I-
not a dead end;
I'll-
it's a tunnel to somewhere else.
I'll just poke my head out to Tanwen and kind of motion that I'm going this way, and I'm gonna go deeper.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna nod quietly. And man, there's that huge back right in front of me. There's a part of me that wants to pull out my bow and shoot at the huge back. It's a giant target.
Such a big target.
You'd have advantage, I suppose, if he hasn't noticed us yet. So there's that.
I'm just afraid that if I roll badly, it's just going to turn around and annihilate us.
It's gonna take more than one arrow to get rid of it too.
I know, but
It's gonna be a
man,
battle.
In that moment of hesitation, when you hear the clock chime
Oh
for
no!
shit.
dun, dun, dun,
Bloody
this
clock.
creature immediately swivels round, all of its legs moving in tandem, and it suddenly sees down the tunnel towards the three of you that are just peering out. And I need everyone to roll initiative. It looks like this thing's about to charge. You are in a position to perhaps run because it's now in the corner where you guys are in the tunnel, but you would need to call Wendy and Kono and fend it off whilst it escapes, perhaps. But it's up to you if you want to face it or flee. We'll find out. Find out just how badly this thing hurts. Let's get Wendy and Kono on the tower and Morgul. And finally, this thing. Okay. All right. Its mandibles snap to and fro. Saliva and drool. It's clearly salivating at its meal. But Tarquin, you saw this coming. You heard the clock before its turn. You're up. What do you do?
Tarquin's gonna move to there, and I'm just seeing if there's anything I can do that has the range, because it's quite far away still. If it disadvantage, which
Look around.
Okay. Might be my only choice at the moment. Even if I bonus action dash, I'm not going to get close enough. Rabbit hop would get me 10 feet. Okay, just going to go with disadvantage. Then, as we go for... Nope, definitely not enough.
Throwing a dart, it doesn't seem to even attempt to dodge the dagger as it just clangs off of its armor.
Okay, offhand throwing dagger.
Throwing another one. That actually hits, and importantly, you can tell this thing's got just an ever so slightly lower AC than the other ones. Because whereas before it was like 19, this one's 18. It's a larger target. And yeah, it sinks in just in between the two plates of chitin, and it lets out a kind of a screech. And all of its legs begin to just charge forward.
Yep.
It's going to lunge.
And that's
You can
my
tell.
turn.
Oh god. Alright, Nox.
I'm gonna see if I can get close enough to see it.
Let me just check.
That's a no.
Let me just check. Hold on, your vision should be at least 300 because before we had Eyes of the Night cast. So there you go. If you want, you can actually see it from back here. So yeah, Xaxx has given you an incredible ability to be able to see all the way back.
Hold on. Stop trying to take over, Jamey. Alright. So... Hell, oh.
It looks voracious and vengeful. It's found the damn adventurers that are responsible for
That's 100 feet from where I am.
its brood being murdered.
So take it off. Yeah.
I think if you're looking for distances, that bit in the brackets is taken into account, possibly the difficult terrain or something.
Oh,
I'm not sure what that's doing.
it might be because I just moved you back. If I did this, it might reset it. Probably not.
I'm gonna move
Do you want
near.
to just? Do you want to move
Tarquin.
up?
Huh? Well,
Are you moving or casting a spell?
Jamey, stop it. Right, I'm gonna move 30 feet.
Okay. So
Or
if you
thereabouts.
move in this area, remember it's difficult terrain, so you
Yeah.
can get to about here, this square. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Yep. Sticky. And it is 80 foot away from you. The option to hold a spell is there, waiting for it to charge forward if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna hold a fairy fire.
Fairy fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Getting the sparkles ready. It's clearly coming forward. It's about to lunge, but you're just holding for that right moment. Kono is sort of calling out as you can obviously hear that screeching sound and says, "What's going on? Is the beast attacking you? Should we stay in hiding?"
Yes, we may have to dash for safety.
All right. Follow Wendy. And he will move up using a dash. And then Xaxx.
Xaxx, I have an idea. Can you set fire to the webbing in front of it? See if we can burn a hole in front of it that it'll fall down.
My fire that I have won't do that kind of damage.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I needed to make a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom save. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see if I can target it.
Yeah, if it's a spell, then you might be able to just target it and cast it. Oh, it's going to be Toll the Dead. The classic. Yeah, you're down to cantrips, aren't you? It fails, and the bell rings, not just from the clock tower, but from the Toll. And you can see its body slightly crack. And very slightly. I mean, like, it's a dent in this wall of a creature. Oh, you got a hit. That's good.
I didn't
Any
roll damage.
movement?
Didn't roll damage though. No, I'm staying here. I'm staying right in front of this.
It did roll damage. You rolled a 7 on that d12.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, and it did take it.
Okay.
All right, you're staying right there. Rodolfo.
Staying right here. Yeah.
Okay, I am in the tunnel. I do not
You
want to
are.
come out of the tunnel.
Okay.
I'm going to try and use my hand axe to kind of make the entrance to the hole a little bit bigger on the inside, so that once you've got past the initial breach, it's easier to move. And I'm going to try and just make the tunnel a little bit easier for people to follow behind me.
Okay.
And I'm
sure.
going to wave. Tanwen gets him over here safe, and I'm going to try and burrow and escape. And
How are
Okay.
you burrowing? Do you want to blast it, or are you cutting it?
I'm cutting it with the axe. Yeah.
Ah, the axe. Okay, yeah. The axe does make quick work of this webbing. It's thicker than the ones on the previous wall, but committing a full action to hacking and chopping, you do find it is clearing.
Okay.
And I will say that Yeah, it has made it easier to get through for sure.
Okay.
The opening's ripped and torn apart.
And and I will cast minor illusion so that the hole still looks small on the outside. But
If it isn't
yeah,
quite the top, I'm gonna say
oh
you
no,
haven't got the
okay,
minor illusion, but
okay, never
you,
mind. Then
you've
yeah,
cleared a
just
path.
I'm clearing the path. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. All right. I'll put your token like here for now.
Yeah.
Like you're like in the wall.
Okay. Yeah, I can't put myself in the wall.
That's all right. Okay, Tanwen, it's about to charge. You have but a second to react.
I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
Okay. And on it, and I am going to fire with my longbow. Please, 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 please.
Mm-mm.
Damn it.
13. It's in that moment when it kind of goes into a charge that it ducks down, almost crawling across the floor like in a snaking pattern. As it ducks, it dodges out of the way of the arrow.
Okay. Then that is my action, other than to move away from the wall a little bit so that everybody can get behind me and make it over to Rodolfo's hole. And then the last thing I'm gonna do is shout, if we get separated, everybody try to make it to the top.
Okay, it's go. It finally takes the moment to lunge forward. After kind of crawling across the floor a little bit, it rears back up and is about to strike. You're in luck that you had quite a bit of distance, and you're thankful, Tarquin, that you didn't rush in, as it might have actually had the opportunity to bite you. In this moment, it spends almost all of its turn getting all the way up to you. So that's going to be it for now, I'm afraid. Yes.
Can I cast my
You
fairy fire?
attack it. Yes, you can cast your fairy fire.
Yeah.
Should be able to place a template. Should as long as you've got it in the template, it should roll the dex save. It succeeds.
No.
That's unfortunate because this thing isn't actually that dexterous, and I'm surprised your wisdom's that low. Oh no! Damn. Wow. Okay. Maybe it does move in its movement in that kind of sidewindy pattern. It's hard to pin down, and as you're trying to fire the fairy fire off, it sort of skirts around it, then loops back into the fray. Damn. All right. Well, yeah, I think that's the only held action that was. Yeah, that was the only held action. Okay. Unfortunate. That's the way the dice go. Wendy is also going to rush up. She's not going to charge just yet. She's by the hole. Seeing where Rodolfo's chopping through, she can actually see a pathway clearing. She's panicking, for sure. More Gort. Alright. You go. I will hold this creature off. She's going to strike forward with her glaive, unfalteringly. She's just going to strike at the creature like she's always done. Ooh, no. The first hit is just sort of scrapes along the armor. And the second one, oh no, tries to stab it in the mouth, and the mandibles crunch around the glaive, almost threatening to snap the metal into two. And even Morgoth's eyes kind of go wide at the sheer strength that this thing exhibits. Oh no. Okay. Everyone, go. She is just going to try and hold it. It's back to the top, but after Morgoth's go, I'm going to have everyone roll a wisdom saving throw who can see it.
Okay.
I think Rodolfo is the only one who can't, so... Okay. It looks like a few of you are unfazed by the exhibit of strength, but this thing has reared up to its full height again. It fills this tunnel with its size, and it lets out this monstrous screeching, chittering noise. And it seems, Tanwen, you are under the frightened condition, and so is Nox. Nox, what this means is you can't approach the creature. Basically, you just can't go in a direct line towards it, and any attacks you make against it are with disadvantage whilst the creature is in sight. That's what frightened is. I'm just gonna put that on you now. And Tanwen, you're already up in its face, so this is made even more terrifying for the fact that it's just sort of screeching and spittle flies into your face.
Okay.
Let's see. And, the difficult part is with Wendy. Is she? Yeah, that's gonna be rough. These two. Kono is she's lived down here. He's fought these things before. He's hardened by the battle and is not unfazed. But Wendy is like shivering in her boots. Well, if she had boots, she just has a nightgown, which probably makes her feel even more vulnerable. And Kono looks towards her and says, "Oh no, we've got to get past that tunnel. We have to." And she's just shaking her head, shaking it continuously, like she doesn't want to move from this spot. Back to the top, Tarquin.
Yep.
You.
Tarquin brings out a spear. Avast, ye scurvy worm! Prepare to meet your maker.
Tarquin.
Yeah. As he tries to go for his spear, doesn't work. So he brings up an offhand. Actually, you know what? This thing needs to die, so we're gonna flurry of blows this. So there's his hands drip with the acid, and he goes for.
Yes.
Nice. Finally got a hit through.
Yes.
Acid fist.
Yeah. Second one unfortunately misses. Ah.
Alright.
You scurvy
Yeah,
dog! You'll face me wrath.
It tries to block with one of its legs and that just burns away. Good job it's got a million more. Anything else, Tarquin?
Nope, that's me. That's my turn.
Alright.
I've also
Okay,
temporarily
Nox.
renamed myself Captain Tarquin.
I like Tarquin.
Yep. Captain Tarquin.
Okay. Alright, Nox.
Right, I'm gonna do the old faithful moonbeam and microwave shut.
And you got a little bit of a problem in that this creature is in front of you and you're terrified of it. The only direction you can really go is back down the tunnel. If you wanted to move, that is. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Alright. You might end up having to take the long way around. But, moonbeam's coming in.
Bring down the light of the sun upon it.
It does somehow succeed again, but it is still its immense form cannot dodge all of the beam. It's sort of skirting around it, and sections of it are just getting burnt up slightly. Okay, anything else? Moving away? Alright. And I think you can get to there. Yeah, one. I'll say to there. Alright. Start running away in terror after moonbeaming this thing. Let's move on to Kono.
Kono, get the wheel ass out of here.
Does Nox get another wisdom saving throw or no?
Let me see.
Because sometimes it's at the end of your turn you can re-roll to save.
At the end of your turn, you can try it and repeat the save. So give me another wisdom saving throw. 17 is pass. Yeah. After creating some distance and feeling like you've got the upper hand now with the moonbeam cooking it, you overcome your fear of this creature. It is still terrifying to behold, but you've steeled those nerves. Try to tuck them away. Those are for Solomon to deal with. You need to you need to face this creature. All right. Kono is indeed gonna abide by those orders. I, Captain. He's gonna pick up Wendy. This is for your own safety. And he just basically fireman carries her, trying to get as far as he can, but with a dash, he actually only gets to the other side of the tunnel, and he's basically trying to like push Wendy into the tunnel, like throw her in. She is still absolutely overcome with fear. Okay, Xaxx, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna use my movement now that Kono and Wendy are out, and I'm gonna position myself right here. I think. Move up a little bit. I think that's 15 feet, maybe. And then with my action, since we took a long rest, I am going to use my channel divinity to do Twilight Sanctuary.
Okay.
And so
what?
everybody in this space, and actually I can't. I wouldn't have been able to move to get to.
No, Nox is a bit too far away.
Nox is too far away.
Yeah.
Everybody in this who is my allies, obviously, is going to be under my Twilight Sanctuary ability, which has effects at the end of their turn.
Okay. Let's hope my little macro is going to work. We'll find out in just a second. Did you want to do anything else?
I don't have anything I can do in a bonus action.
No? Okay.
No.
So if I move on to the next turn, did it pop up? Did anything pop up for you, Xaxx?
No.
Oh, no? Okay. All right.
Just the usual.
Okay. All right. You can roll for your temporary HP because you get to add it to yourself, don't you?
It's at the end of their turns, yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever they end their turn in the sphere.
Sure. But you ended your turn in your own sphere, right? So that.
Oh, I ended my own turn, yeah. So I guess I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
1d6 plus my cleric level temporary HP.
While you're rolling that, Rodolfo, it's your turn.
Okay.
So 3 plus 4, 7 temporary HP to me.
I'm gonna reach out and try and pull Wendy into the hole.
Yep, you can do that.
And I probably can't pull Kono, but I'll say, "Good job, Kono. Come on, follow me." Go through as far as you can.
Doesn't stack, does it?
Sorry, is that?
The temporary HP doesn't stack, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So it's just new. Okay.
Yeah. If you get a higher number, then you can refresh it. All right. Did you want to do anything else, Rodolfo? That I'll say that just moving Wendy is part of your movement.
Okay, cool.
Are you frightened right now, Rodolfo?
I'm not. No, I'm all right.
Okay.
I don't want to do anything to draw attention to this little hidey hole, but I'll hold an Eldritch Blast, and if it shows its face near the entrance of the hole, then or it, if it shows like it's going to attack anything near the hole,
yeah,
then I want to blast it, but I don't want to do that until it comes first, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can peer outside the hole a little bit. It does seem to be quite clogged up with your allies, stopping it from getting to the hole. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. All right. Tanwen, you are scared shitless at the moment, but
I am I'm going to start screaming, bug, 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 kill it, kill it, kill it. All right. like a housewife standing on a chair with a mouse.
Rodolfo,
I'm gonna,
take 5 temporary HP.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Rodolfo gets 5. I'm just gonna put it in
Yeah.
chat.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm gonna drop my longbow, pick up my shillelagh or my quarterstaff, and whack the heck out of it.
Okay.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, that's unlucky. You're rolling a disadvantage as well. Don't forget the
Oh,
the sheer
so
the terror and fear is setting in
sorry.
as you shakily try to hit it. You clearly not hit it with the full force.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean a 12 would have missed anyway.
yeah.
So
Oh, that's my
uh,
disadvantage. Okay.
yeah, unfortunately, but you can roll a wisdom save to see if you do overcome the fear. That is enough. You have to get yourself together. What is it that just snaps you out of it?
The fact that I moved, so whacking it with my quarterstaff actually helped. Sort of like a flurry of. It's not Tarquin's flurry of blows, but just whacking it and kind of snapped me out of it because hitting things seems to help in most situations.
And also, you feel emboldened and bolstered by the Twilight Sanctuary. It is there to sort of soothe and comfort in the in the most troubling of times. It effectively gives you a shield.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Xaxx, for the temporary hit points.
So we are going to move on unless you want to move at all.
Actually, yes. I want to move to
Yep.
this side, and now this critter's flanked. So the next time Tarquin attacks it, it's flanked.
Hope so. Right. A precarious position. Is
I know, but it may get my friends out of here, and if it gets my
all right.
friends out of here, even if I don't get out of here, that's okay.
All right. It is its go finally. It is now in range for its deadly mandibles. The only question is which creature to go for. I'm going to let the dice decide. Kono 1, Tarquin 2, Xaxx 3, Morgott 4. Oops, that's not how you roll a d4, Chris.
No,
Again.
that's just 4.
That's just 4.
Oh, poor
Kono.
Kono.
Oh my lord. You see the mandibles stretch over your heads, and Tarquin especially, you're kind of a small creature, and this thing just lurches over you, almost seeing you as an ant. It ignores you. Kono looks like a sort of distracted target as he's shoving Wendy into the hole. He turns around to meet. Oh, it hits, even with a 5.
Oh, that is a lot of
And
damage.
Kono's body is severed in two, lifted up, and swallowed entirely.
Okay. Wow.
You see the last of his feathers sort of flutter to the ground from
Does that
his
trigger
outfit.
my Eldritch Blast?
I suppose yes. As it reaches towards it, you would have seen the mandible snap. Yeah, you can blast it.
Okay, I'm gonna blast it. But please continue with your eulogy.
That's it. Kono's gone, fully gone. There was no way anyone would survive that powerful. It was like a vice just snapping instantly with an immeasurable amount of strength. Kono is gone, but the blast sort of skitters off its shell, and I'm afraid doesn't get a good enough impact. It was only a flash as its mandible snapped forward, and it wasn't enough to hit it. All right, Wendy, she probably is a good thing that you pulled her through, else she might have just witnessed that and succumbed to some sort of peril. But she does continue to crawl through this tunnel, and I'm just going to give her a strength check. Oops. She's found an exit, but she kind of gets stuck. The wall here is thin enough to see through, but it's actually blocking her passage. But on the other side, she sees there's a source of light, and that is the same tunnel that you guys came down, and there's a rope dangling down as well. All right. So Wendy's a bit stuck there for a moment. Morgul is just turning around, seeing what just happened. Me, damn it! Me, fight me, you stupid bug! Ugh. She tries to stab it again. This time,
Nice.
actually connecting.
Ooh, max damage roll too. Nice.
Yeah, really driving the glaive deep into the joints, and yeah, it injured quite a big injury. This creature screeches, tries to swat it away, and like rattle its body free from the glaive. And as it frees the glaive, she just swings it round for another one, and then collides with the side of it, and its armor protects it. She has got flanking, but that's not enough to make that a hit.
Yep.
She maneuvers just around slightly to here. After witnessing its reach, she's actually safe enough to kind of go over to this point. She can still hit it herself as well. But there you go. That's her. All right. At the end of this go, after Morgul, I totally forgot that it had something else to do. So I'm going to do it right now. And it's going to be on Tanwen. Tanwen, as all these creatures have had before, this thing
Stinger,
has a
isn't it?
whip-like tail. And at the end is a vicious-looking stinger that stabs towards you. Oh! That one. Oh, okay. But seems like this position wasn't so bad after all. It's actually quite advantageous. As it can't see
Morgul
you.
gets
so you're-
7 temporary HP as well, Chris.
Oh yeah, who's that for?
Morgul.
From Morgul.
Okay, cool. Sweet. All right, and I also want it to use its second villainous action here for. We're gonna just use its basically on movement because it doesn't like being in the beam. So let's think. Okay, so it's gonna use this. Basically, these are like legendary actions, but not quite. I'm just gonna have it move. It's just gonna basically skirt to the side, crawling up over the wall and down back to this level here. You would get an attack of opportunity, Tanwen.
Okay. Then I am going to try to whack it with my quarterstaff again.
Flanking make
Okay.
that? Because it would have been flanked before.
17 it's still a miss, I'm afraid.
But do I get to roll again because it's flanked?
No, we don't get advantage on flanking. It's just a +2 to hit.
Okay.
Okay, Nox. It's back to you.
You
Sorry,
skipped
Tarquin,
me.
even. Yeah, I
Yep.
meant Tarquin.
Alright, Tarquin will reach down to one of the feathers that was left behind, place it in his hat, and then stab at this creature. But
I'm afraid.
sadly, not enough.
No.
And he's just like, screw these pieces of wood, and he chucks the spear down, coats his fist in the acid again. And we're going to flurry of blows this as soon as I remember where I tracked my key. And we're going in for the double acid punch.
Hit.
And a miss. Always missing on the second, but it's always worth the shot. Yeah.
But with another impact, you start to sizzle the armor away. It is making this creature more and more bloodied with each punch. But
Come
it's no
at
less
me, you
deadly with each
scurvy
strike.
dog. As Tarquin punches into it, melting its flesh.
Its mandibles kind of clack at you in defiance. Knocks. It's actually moved out of your moonbeam, but you can just as easily move it back onto it if you wish. And Tarquin, you get some temp. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I've got no spell slots to move it, so it's kind of useless at the moment.
Moving it doesn't cost you a spell slot.
No, it's just an action to move it.
Oh.
Because you're
Damn
already
it.
concentrating on the spell.
I
You can either
should be.
you can either move it or fire off a cantrip, but it's up to you. It is good damage.
Yeah, I don't know
You
how
want
to
to move
move
it?
it, but I'll move it.
Okay. All right. Sure. Slap it back on it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you sort of have to concentrate and guide it as if you're the thing that's beaming down. So if you're like the sun itself, you're having to sort of orbit slowly this beam towards its head,
Yeah.
and it starts cooking again. You can roll another 2d10, and on its turn, we'll see if it
This is
passes the
nasty.
con save.
2d10 was that
Yeah,
on its turn. Okay.
and then Xaxx.
How does Morgort look, by the way?
Morgott hasn't taken a hit, thankfully. She's trying to get the thing to hit her, but
No worries.
it's sort of an easy meal with Kono. Whoops.
Well, I want to do the same thing, but I'm aiming at the wrong direction. I want to aim at the thing.
Yeah. Looks like more of a fart weapon. It's kind of come out the rear.
There we
Okay,
go.
I'll give it a dex save.
Dex save.
Oh man, I don't know why its dex saves have been rolling so well.
That's a failure.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
I think. Hold on, let me just double check if it's the breath weapon is the same. 8 plus 10. No, that's a success actually. Sorry.
Okay,
So half as much. So 3 points of damage. Force damage.
3 points. The blasts a couple of its smaller legs away. It's still going strong. Any other?
I have no
Action?
bonus actions.
Nope. Okay. All right,
Yep, I'm
Rodolfo.
gonna- And movement wise, I'm gonna stay here.
Sure.
I am going to.
Blast.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to blast him. Just
Okay.
give it a try. Oh, that's no good.
Yeah.
That's a terrible.
You're not used to lying on your belly and trying to aim with a blast.
I'm also
in the
very,
tunnel,
very
it's so
much
cramped.
not trying to stick any limbs out of the hole, so it's like a weak attempt at best. But sorry, I'm gonna help the others get out. Okay, bye. And
You're
yeah,
cramped in there.
leave it to the rest of you.
Your elbow gets stuck on a web, and the blast just fires into the tunnel.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a phoned in effort at best, probably.
Okay,
And I think
am
Rodolfo, you
going-
get some HP.
I got
So 8.
5 last time.
So you get 8 this time. Oh wait, that was for someone else. So it's still 5, right?
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Tanwen.
May I ask a question? When I was frightened, does that mean that broke my concentration on Hunter's Mark?
No, it didn't.
Okay. All
Um,
right then.
You're past that fear now, anyway.
It backed up, so I should not be rolling at a disadvantage, so I'm gonna try shooting it again.
Yeah, shot is a good.
Oh,
It's
good.
only the rolls.
God!
I saw that teacher on the nat 20 as well. I was like,
It
nice.
did. It was so close, and then the arrow kind of flies over, and as it scuttled back into this position, it sort of just skims the top of its head. It was so close to like a eye shot.
You know,
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna move closer to the hole. So that'll be my final action. So I'm closer to getting out if we can get the others out. If the others can kill it and get it out.
All right, I'm gonna roll the old d4 again. Tanwen's number 1 this time instead.
Yeah.
Going for Xaxx.
oh god. But Xaxx is
With
kind
the
of
bite.
tanky in terms of armor.
He is hard to hit, but this thing, the sheer force, might just buckle through that shield. The
Is
bite.
he going for me?
Yep, the bite comes straight towards you. Oh boy, it's a hit.
It's okay. Do I have a reaction?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna use my reaction. I guess I have to do the dex saving throw thing. So let's do that. After my concentration.
Oh, the deck save's good. You're glad you got that. I don't know what you're concentrating on.
Well, I'm concentrating on Eyes of Night, so I guess that doesn't matter.
Okay.
'Cause it's just a permanent thing.
Is it? Yeah, no, you can ignore that.
Yeah, it's just a permanent thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I am going to use my reaction to use Gift of the Gem Dragon, which I forgot to use in the last fight.
Ah.
So I needed to make a Strength saving throw.
Okay. Oh dear. I
It's
failed.
gonna fail. So it's 2d8
Oh,
force damage,
big damage.
and it's pushed 10 feet away from me.
Jeez. Okay. Going off. 5, 10. Did you want to push it into the wall or out of the moon? Because like, if you go that way or go out of the moonbeam, that's up to you.
I want to keep it in the moonbeam.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
don't,
we'll
I don't
say
want to push
kind
it
of
out
move
of the moonbeam.
diagonally and then kind of
just wanna
scrape
push it a
up
little
against the wall, but it
Yeah.
doesn't go all the way. It kind of goes 5 feet away.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like
So
the
that's-
diagonal just gonna get pummeled and scraped against the web.
That's my reaction.
That was a huge reaction. The creature is blasted back. The chitin armor actually shatters, and you see a mandible crack. And yeah, you've actually bloodied it with that. So it winces in pain. It seems to be like flailing back and forth in the moonbeam as well. It's gonna have to roll right now. Forgot about that. I'll do that now. And it definitely succeeded, but it's gonna take half of the moonbeam you rolled. What was it? I forget how much did you roll on the 2d10? Was it?
The last moonbeam just. Actually,
Not been its turn yet, so I haven't so it hasn't been rolled again. And Yaz is on.
Okay, you can roll it now then.
Okay.
Oh, geez, did it do? Oh man, it did a ton of damage on me.
Yeah. It hits hard.
It hits hard.
So it's still going to take 6 from that. The moonbeam sizzles it as it's blasted back. Good shot. Though as it's trying to bite and lift you off the ground, Xaxx, you see its toothy maw about to swallow you whole, and that blast also kind of ejects you out of its grip, and you land back on the ground and avoid being swallowed whole. Okay, it's not done. No way. No shot. It's going to spin around, and its tail tries to again stab towards you, Tanwen, because you're kind of the next nearest target there.
But I didn't get Xaxx's temporary hit points last time. Do I get them every time?
You get.
Let's just see if we get
Xaxx,
more. If
ignore that, Xaxx. You can.
Tanwen, you can get 11 temporary hit points to replace the ones that you have right now, not on top of.
Oh, okay. All right.
I need to roll a con save. Tamwen, did that pop up?
No,
It popped up to
I
me.
Okay.
You're still
save.
targeting me, I think.
Hang
Yeah, I
on.
know, accidentally.
Constitution.
Yeah.
All right, how bad
That
did
might
I
be
get hit?
There might be a problem.
That's like 40 damage.
It's a terrifying amount of damage. You've
Okay.
just got unconscious from the sheer amount of poison that's just been injected into your body.
Okay.
It flows through to every limb, every digit on your finger, seizes up in a paralyzing sensation. You just fall to the ground, unable to even comprehend
Okay.
how much poison's in your system. The creature is pulling the tail out again, and it sort of whips back and forth menacingly. And what's this for? Nox needs to make a wisdom save. Oh no, Nox is out of the fear.
Yeah.
She's not feared anymore.
Oh, okay, she's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
She
accidentally
did.
typed that as Tanwen rather than myself, but apologies.
Yeah, I'll
She
get rid
said
of the
be
fear.
right back. I'm not sure she's back yet.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So, Wendy's still stuck.
I am here.
Okay, she frees herself. And in doing so, she also breaks through the tunnel that Rodolfo's been chopping away at. And she says, I'm free. There's light over here. Is this the way out?
Make for the rope, child. Keep going.
She does. She grabs onto it and begins hoisting herself up. She's out of combat. Morgul. She sees Tanwen go down, rushes to intercept any further assault, and brings around the glaive in a sort of a defensive posture, waving back and forth, trying to sweep away its mandibles. And yeah, not committing to a full offense. It seems as though most of these attacks are just to ward the creature away. Damn. All right, Tarquin.
Tarquin's gonna move
Oh, I wanted to do. Oh, that's right.
here.
Gets 6 temporary HP to replace anything that they already have.
And he's just gonna go for an all-out, full acidy assault. 1.
It'll
And
hit.
we're gonna go for. We're making this a flurry. We're going for the full 3 punches.
Okay.
2. Nope. Shame, because that's max damage. 3.
That one's a hit. Yep. Working away at this chitinous armor. I like to imagine you're pummeling in the same spot each time, trying to
Yep.
break through to soft, tender meat, which is now cooking from the acid, definitely.
And that's 9 temporary hit points, right?
9 temporary hit points to replace anything you already
Yeah,
have.
I
If
had
they don't
8.
stack.
I
Gotta
had
keep 'em.
8, so it'll go up by 1.
Give yourself the next day one. Yeah, cool.
No.
Nice. You're in luck. It's still in the beam, and you can keep concentrating on it, and you can still do other actions.
Do I need to do anything for it at the moment?
No, it's already in the beam. Doesn't seem like
Okay.
it moved on its own, which
Um,
my bad. But
Is Kono dead?
Oh
he
yeah,
got
he
swallowed
got
whole.
snapped in 2.
Yeah, he's also completely gone, like from the map. He's swallowed
15 feet.
in the belly of the beast. A place he's fought out of once before, but it didn't look like he had much to fight this time.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna target Tanwen
Okay.
and cast Healing Word and tell her to wake up. There's still time to fight.
Okay.
It's not the greatest, but it'll do.
And when you're brought back with those
And
warm words
And
from
then
Nox's
I'm
magic.
gonna pull out my sling and target this big dude. At disadvantage. I don't know how to do disadvantage, but you know.
Control
You
click.
should be able to hold down control and then click the sling.
Fuck yeah!
Well, you gotta roll another nat 20 if you want to crit. Let's see it. Wait, why? Oh, is it disadvantage because of the range?
Yeah.
Yeah, slings are only small, aren't they?
Yeah,
Okay,
little
so
boys.
sadly, that little pebble doesn't make its mark.
Darn.
Kind of gets stuck in the webbing behind it.
I tried.
Okay. Back to you, Xaxx.
Okay. Am I within its range? I don't know. I guess I don't
You
know
are
if you know
within,
that.
yeah, you are 10 feet within reach.
I am 10. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, then I just need it to make a
Wisdom?
wisdom saving throw. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I was just thinking. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
Big damage. Does it fail? Fails. Oh, okay. It's starting to fall apart. Legs are they're sort of shriveling up and rotting away. They just fall away by the number. The chitin armor cracks even further, fissuring down down its spine. And yeah, it's looking really rough now. Rodolfo, what about you?
Okay. The only thing I'm gonna do is reach out and give guidance to Tanwen. I think
Okay.
that's the only
Thank
action
you.
I can make. Yeah. So I guess I roll that now.
Quickly ask, is it to try and make them hit? Because I
Yeah.
don't think you can add guidance.
Guidance is a touch, isn't it?
Is it touch?
Yeah.
I
It is
think
a
so.
touch.
It is a
And
touch.
secondly, I
Crap.
don't think you can use it on an attack roll. It's just for skills. I just wanted to point that
It's-
out.
Yeah,
in
it's-
one
case
it's
you-
ability
ability
check
check.
of its
Bugger it.
choice, yeah.
It's ability
Okay.
checks.
Never mind then.
Need
Sorry,
bless
Tanwen.
for that.
I'm not coming out
It's
for you.
okay. Eldritch Blast. Can you Eldritch Blast it?
I guess. I mean, yeah. It's like my one attack spell.
That's what. Welcome to Warlock.
Yeah.
You did get your spell
It's
slots
a-
back, don't forget. But
I do. Yeah.
so I don't know if
11.
you've used any. Yeah, it's just not making its hit. It's still in this cramped space. Unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. I think that's your
Warlocks
turn.
suck.
If you wanna
Why did
move.
I choose a warlock?
Warlocks are amazing.
They
You're
are.
just being
They truly are.
unlucky.
You have been unlucky. Tanwen,
Right.
you're alive. Your whole
I-
body throbs in pain, but you can get up.
I am gonna get up. I'm going to say, Nox, thank you. And I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna say, if I'm gonna die, you're gonna die too. And with the final bit of my strength, I'm gonna shoot it with my longbow. Oh, come on!
Oh,
That was
such,
a 19!
such a good line,
Oh.
too.
It was, and yet the strength to pull back the bow has sapped from you. Your body just doesn't. You've got the will, but your body doesn't seem to adhere to it. It's still full to the brim with poison. It's just making your aim sloppy in this one moment. Such a shame.
Ah.
If this creature could laugh, you could hear it screeching, chittering.
All right, Tarquin, Xaxx, y'all got to take care of it. I'm gonna.
And when you get plus
gonna
9
move.
temporary HP.
Thank you.
Can move.
I'm gonna move.
You'll move
That's-
out of its threat range if you move
Yeah.
that far.
Yeah, that's. Am I gonna provoke an opportunity attack of opportunity?
Mm-hmm.
Would, yeah. It'd be very
Oh.
dangerous.
Then I am just gonna sit down up against the wall for a second.
Okay. You lean up against this webbing wall. It is it kind of hugs you back. The creature sizzles again from the moonbeam. Do you want to roll another 2d10? Nox?
God, it's
Passing,
such
but-
icon. But still, 2d10. Yeah.
Still though, 5. Alright. As its eyes begin to boil and its mandibles have cracked from the force, legs have been rotted from the necrotic damage, and acid has bored a hole into its stomach where maybe Akono is being slowly digested. It, in a twist of fate, begins to retreat. Self-preservation kicks in, and this creature begins to disengage,
So it's
tunneling and boring into the webbing with little effort. As it's disengaging, it's not going to provoke any attacks. What it does is it sort of spins around in a circle, all of its legs kind of causing this mesmerizing shift. There's too many plates flying past to make a solid hit, and as it whips around its tail, it's one last sort of screw you, as it whips its way out of sight and into the ground below. Yep, I know. Anticlimactic. Looks like this thing isn't gonna stay around to die, though. Not like the smaller, unintelligent wormies. Oh, that's its go. Morgoth's up.
How fast is its movement speed? It seemed to be about the same as ours, right? About 30 feet-ish? Maybe
Yeah,
less?
roughly that. But
Okay.
it can borrow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's fair.
Morgoth looks down there, and seeing the kind of drop, and knowing that it's just web all the way down, she hasn't got a range attack either. He just sort of says, "Well, we fought it back at least. And unless you want to go trophy hunting, I say we just get out of here." And she will try to move back. She's going to actually hold her action to dash, though. She doesn't want to clog up the tunnel. So she just waits outside of it for other people to get through. If it comes back, though, I'll stab it into the face. Tarquin, you coming?
Right, looking down the hole, can I see it at all still?
No, it made sure to break line of sight by tunneling at an angle, and it's sort of probably gone around a corner. If you want to chase it, you have to jump down. There's no other way to get to it.
Did I based is such a weird question. Based on the way it turned to break sight, could I work out roughly where it is? Based on how far I've seen it move.
Possibly. It depends. Do you really want to know where it goes? Because...
Well, if it's within 30 feet of me still, I can hit it without going down there.
Okay. Alright.
Because I will breath weapon acid through the wall at it. Because we know it goes through the webbing.
Sure. It's probably within range.
Actually, no. No way, I can't. I don't have enough key points to redo it. In which case, I am going to roll myself a wisdom check. And if this is above let's say a 12, Tarquin will play this smart. It is. Tarquin goes, just sort of looks down the hole, stares at the hole for a moment, looks to the others, and goes, "You guys, head for the exit. I'll keep an eye on things, make sure it doesn't try to follow and sneak attack us. Like the scurvy dog it is." And he's just gonna sort of move to... In fact... Yeah, he's gonna move to here, sort of next to the moonbeam. And just sort of ready his spear to jab at it should it come within range.
Okay, and then Nox.
I'm just gonna to the awesome stuff.
Very, very quiet, by the way, guys. Just
Sorry, I've
tried to turn you up.
I've probably got the microphone not close enough.
That's better.
Yeah, I'm just reconciling with the group and getting some temporary hit points. Yeah. but I don't think I'm gonna be as, I don't know, I can't think of the word. It's Tarquin, basically. I'm not gonna kind of engage in another chase, basically.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. Then.
So,
All right. So you can have run up. Morgott says, "Wise choice, Nux. The tunnel's through here."
yeah, I'm gonna go towards where Morgott is just.
Right.
Can I actually do that? Can I move my moonbeam over the hall?
If you want to move to there, you'd have to dash, or
No,
you could sacrifice some of your movement to get to there, and instead just move the moonbeam over the hole. It's up to you.
yeah, that'll do.
All right. Okay. Just in
Yeah.
case it comes back, the pillar of light begins to beam down into the tunnel,
Sizzle it.
illuminating just the last bit of its tail. Tarquin, you do spot it. It's moving away from you, like further south.
The urge to throw a dagger at it, but then I'd lose the dagger.
It's just gone out of sight. Like
Yeah.
I'm just telling you which direction
Yeah.
it went.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Now that it looks like it's
Xaxx,
gone.
are you chasing or are you gonna?
Oh, I'm going up to the hole and looking down to see if I can spot it.
You have just missed it. It's gone out of sight, tunneled down, and then sort of horizontally to avoid any retaliation from you guys. It's the
can't see
tunnel's
it at
about
all?
15. No, it's about 15 foot deep, and then it goes 15 foot sort of down, like as in south.
Mhm.
So they have moved
All right.
fully out of sight.
I'll just wait here, look at Tarquin, and go, Tarquin, what's going on with your voice? You sound different all of a sudden.
I'm just getting into character.
And that's the end of my turn.
But yeah.
Actually, I even action, right? I'll hold Toll the Dead in case it does come back.
Okay. And then Rodolfo, Tanwen. Doesn't seem like this creature has reared his ugly head yet.
No,
Right.
not going to take any action
Okay.
against it. But
Okay.
I'll give guidance to Tanwen to help her climb out, should she need
Okay.
it.
Alright.
Tarquin, Xaxx, can y'all see it?
No, it seems to have gone the scurvy cur.
All right, well, I'm gonna make my way over to the tunnel and
Yeah.
get out. I'm sorry, I still felt wretchedly bad.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
So
This was a very ugly thing that happened to you. Don't
So I'm
worry.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over. That's 15 feet, so I'm moving to the tunnel entrance so I can crawl in on my next turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, we're going to end combat.
Okay.
The creature, on its turn, clearly hasn't come back. It's
Yeah.
retreated, and you can just hear the last ripping web sound muffled into the distance.
Alright. So I want to do two things before I leave. Firstly, I want to go over to here where I threw my daggers at it and just grab my daggers.
Sure thing.
And secondly, where it killed Kono, I imagine there's some blood there.
Right.
I am going to roll on my deck of cards.
Oh no.
And I'm going
Red.
to dip the 6 of diamonds into that bit of blood. Sort of nod to myself and pull it back in, like, near where my own one is kept.
Okay.
As a sort of, he died fighting by our side, so it seems only fitting sort of thing.
Oh, that is very sweet.
And then Tarquin will then leave.
Okay. You hear a shout from the opening in the ceiling, and it's a young, faint voice. Are you all okay down there? You didn't die, did you? Hello?
No, Clapperclaw, we didn't die, and we're going to be up in just a second.
All right. There's this young girl here. She's very frightened.
Well, we're all kind of frightened too by what we saw, but we'll be up in a second.
All right.
So,
I got the
Chris,
rope. The rope's holding strong.
are you going to pull us up, or?
Yeah, let's move you to. If you want to traverse the tunnel, not much issue. I'll just move you there. You should be able to walk under this space and climb the rope. And where's Tarquin gone?
I have already gone. I went
you
to the
already got- okay.
space.
Nice.
I worked out what it
Okay.
was.
Climbing back all the way to the top, you find yourself back in this massive cocoon-like atmosphere. The webbing is still filled with dewdrops, and as you climb out to the fresher air and lighter atmosphere, you don't see the ghost creature anymore, by the way. That has since moved on. Instead, what you find waiting for you is Vulgate, the spiderling that was in the transcribing kind of room, and he was the one who gave you the pass to get into the scriptorium. And he says, "Oh, you're back. I heard from the other spiderlings that you went down there. You're brave indeed."
We recovered the missing tiles from the printing press. But we need
Wonderful.
And did you know that there were people that had been summoned by the yarn weavers that were stuck there? Like, did you know that this was a side effect of the tales?
What? Wait. Well, there's people down there? We only sent our spiderlings.
Yeah, those were all
And
dead.
what of them?
This young girl here, she was
Dreadful.
manifested and was down there.
And some
Girl?
others who did not survive.
What is a girl doing down there? What is this? Who are you? I'm Wendy. I believe I didn't mean to come here. I fell down. I sort of pulled into this place. I thought it was a nightmare, but she looks around and sees the kind of silk huts. This is another world, isn't it? Yes, this is Fablerise, my dear. You're Wendy. My name is Vulgate. This is Yarn Spinner's domain. She looks around just in awe and wonder, and a fitting distraction for the terror that she just overcame.
Vulgate,
yes.
Do you know that Yarn Spinner like is doing this to people, like creating them out of other stories, like pulling them from other stories and other places to here? Because Wendy here, she says she's from a place called London.
Sorry,
It's
he's
a
from
big.
where?
I don't know.
Where are you
Yeah.
from,
How do you
dear?
pronounce it?
London. It's
London.
a city on an island. You see Volga kind of scratching his head for a moment with one of his little mandibles and says, I'm not sure that this is all making sense to me. Why would Yarn Spinner pull you out of thin air? What else did you see down there?
We saw
There was
a clock,
ships,
some boats,
Yeah.
and some tents, and a skull-shaped rock, and a dead mermaid.
Oh,
And
Wendy,
also some horrible insect spider creatures that were eating the people who got pulled.
Yeah, there's still one really big like insecty creature thing that's dangerous and still down there. We didn't get a chance to actually.
extremely dangerous. They ate your spider friends.
Yeah.
Hey. And did you? That is. He seems to be like thinking for a moment, like very deeply about all those images, mermaids, boats. Why are you dressed like a pirate?
Because I found pirate stuff and I wanted to be Captain Tarquin.
Reminds me of a story. And what of the thief? Did you find him, or is it just the typeset?
Just the typesets. We don't know what happened to the thief.
Unless
he's not a thief.
And I was gonna say, unless the thief was this Will.
Will wouldn't steal without like a reason to. He was trying to help me. He said that he was going to bargain with this yarn spinner you mentioned. Perhaps he stole them because he wanted to, force his hand, bargain and escape, a trade. Volgate seems to think, and then momentarily he comes to some sort of realization. Will? Pirates? Mermaids? This is a book! I know this book. Oh, what is it called? He taps his glasses for a moment. Yes, this is one of Yarn Spinner's. Goodness,
Wait, did he write the book or did he pull the story from somewhere else? Because Wendy had a life before she was here.
Well, he gets inspirations. This is the boy who refused to grow up. I remember it. Why, it's in one of his private studies. Or he's got it on his person, but he does have a little section, and you see him gesture all the way to the very back over here. Keeps his favorite books in a secret library, not in the scriptorium. Not in the drafting room either. You're from this book, my dear. Wendy is one of the main characters. She looks very confused. I'm a character? What are you on about? It's difficult to explain.
Characters, really.
Exactly. In a weird way. We're all characters in a story, but yours is from a different world, it's true. Why you came here, or why you were, as you're putting it, pulled here, I'm not sure. I don't know why Jan Spinner would do that. He wouldn't... If it's his story, why would he want to gain inspiration from someone who he himself created? It doesn't add up. But we have been having those terrible monsters show up ever since Will stole those typesets. That's when the problem started. I'm guessing you came into contact with them, judging by your injuries.
Do you happen to know where Will is now?
No idea. If you didn't find him down there, then he's likely vanished altogether.
Who's the guy in the hut that was next to us?
Oh no. Do you mean him?
No, it's in one of the huts we were staying in. There was someone who...
Oh, right. Yeah, his name was never revealed, but he called himself Nobody.
Right.
He was a half-orc.
Oh, okay. Wendy, was your Will a half-orc?
No, he was sort of like small, fairy-like. No, he was human. He had
a fairy-like human.
Yeah. He had a big, like almost like a curly, mass of hair, like, and he's dark-skinned. He's got crazy magical powers. He can fly.
That must be nice. It would be
Oh.
nice to fly.
Yeah.
Hey, if we're gonna go tackle somebody or something else, I'm gonna need a bit of a rest to finish purging this poison from my system. But I do not want to rest in those little huts at all.
I'd rather rest somewhere we're not going to be taken advantage of.
Yes. You know what? Follow me. It's always quiet in my room. People know to not disturb me, so we won't have any interruptions in here. I need to learn more about what's going on here. Yarn spinner. But I'm sure of it. That book. He keeps on
So-
sort of repeating this as he walks into his silky hut.
So the question becomes for me: Did Yarn Spinner know that he was putting the characters out, or putting people out, causing them great harm,
That is
or
a
was this just some kind of accident? Either way, he must be stopped. We cannot continue to torture people like this.
I agree, this is dreadful, but I have no idea why he would do this. It's not a usual occurrence, that's for sure. This is a strange circumstance. Most of the things he comes up with are usually brought into existence in the nursery of new ideas. And he kind of gestures over to the fenced-off area. He says, and we try to keep that cordoned off, just in case something dangerous sort of comes into existence. Why they would fall into that pit, the catacombs, I have no idea.
Knox, can I lay my head in your lap? Oh, I
No?
guess
Sorry. Of course.
y'all wake me up if anything happens. And I'm gonna lay my head in Knox's lap and try to rest a little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm very grateful you got these typesets. I'll have one of these spiderlings return them to the printing press immediately. But seems we also have more pressing matters as well. I think. Oh, go on.
Oh, I was going to ask how long ago it was that these things were stolen. I mean, Wendy and Kono did not seem to know how long they had been trapped there. How long? How long ago were the keys stolen? When did Will come?
Time is relative here in the Feywild, I'm afraid. If you wish to if you wish for me to give you an exact date, I'm afraid I cannot. All I can say it was as though it was some time, for sure. We've been slowly falling behind for a while now. At least 12 books have fallen behind in terms of printing. Probably more even then.
Right. Okay. He
Too long.
he turns away with a little sigh, like it's useless. Nobody knows anything around here. I'm so tired.
I've had my job to do. I've not been keeping track of little dates like that. You know, some of those creatures even came to the surface.
Oh, you don't
Little
say. That
things
must have
like
been
people
very
being
frightening for you.
manifested. You know, little things like books being missing, people being manifested and stuck down there, terrified.
Killed? This person, Kono's whole tribe was brought there and killed. Do you know how many lives are on your hands? And you don't even know what kind of administration is this?
You'll find the same complications anywhere in the Feywild. Time is not measured in days. There is no sunrise, no sunset. Especially not in here.
Aye, that be true. Makes navigation at night particularly easy because the stars are always there.
All I can
Aye.
tell you is that it's been a long time,
Hmm.
but
And
not in age.
the cost in lives, in persons stolen. This is not does not bother you at all.
Oh,
It bothered me greatly. I'm just
Hmm.
saying, I haven't got a date I can give you.
Well, we say lives stolen, but as this spider said,
and Tarquin goes, you know what? I'm gonna drop the accent for now, just to be serious about this. It was fun, I'll admit. But as the spider said, Wendy here is a character in a story, so it might not even be necessarily that they were taken from somewhere, but more that those stories have enough power to make people real that were fictional. After all, the typeset spelled out like was fiction. Right?
Indeed, yeah.
So it's possible that that's the case, or Yarn Spinner is a plagiarist who's just plagiarizing real stories.
Vulgate gasps. That is a cardinal sin. Plagiarism.
Yeah.
Both Kono and Wendy described that they had a life elsewhere when they were pulled here. They existed somewhere else. They were not created out of nothing.
Wow.
Yes.
That
We fought pirates, we went to lagoons, there were mermaids. Vulgate sort of goes, awkwardly shuffles and says, that those are all things from the story. I can show
Wendy.
you the book.
Wendy, before you met Will, can you remember much before that?
Oh, yes. I lived in London with my parents and my younger brother, and we've always lived there since very little.
And
My mother would tell me stories of magical faraway places, and
yeah.
I guess my wanderlust set in. I didn't hesitate when
Okay.
Will offered to fly me away.
Okay. Now, those, if I'm gonna play the devil's advocate and consider you completely a fiction for the time being, just to rule out that sort of point. Those sound like character traits. Could you, for example, something that probably wouldn't come up in the story, can you remember, for example, the name of one of your teachers at school?
Oh, yeah. Hmm.
Or even the name of the
Well,
school you attended?
I attended Willowwoods. That comes to mind. She can roll an insight check, Tarquin, or anyone who's anyone who wants to. You're all here.
Yep, Tarquin's just sort of looking. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Willowwoods. I think. Nox, you can tell in the same sort of way your memories have been fractured before, from waking up and having no recollection of where you've been. You tried to make up things and basically sort of what's the word, rationalize what has happened. And it sounds like she is doing the same, pulling ideas from other places and sort of merging them together to make it make sense. And yeah, you pick up on that more than anyone, Nox.
It's because I'm smart.
It's good to you got maybe a relatable experience.
Yeah. Fuzzy
So-
memory syndrome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this kind of informs you, Nox, that she may indeed be some sort of character. The world isn't fully fleshed out. She has details about where she lives and who she is, but like as Tarquin kind of uncovered, there isn't a fully fleshed out world that she can fully call knowledge on. do with that information what you will. But it
Well,
sounds more and more like
it
she is.
doesn't. Okay, so if she is pulled out of another world, she needs to go back. But if she was created from a book, why is she here as she's a living, breathing person?
Well,
What is
Yeah,
Janspena going to do?
it doesn't really matter how she was created. She's here now. She's a
She's here
gonna
now.
have
She's
Um,
frightened. She is alone.
yes.
I mean, except for us, but you know.
I mean,
I
Well,
do
she may-
wish to go back,
the thing is, the
even if.
Hmm.
Sorry.
I was gonna say the Feywild and places like this have, as they said, there isn't really a concept of time and at other times even direction. It's more the force of your thoughts. Stories themselves have power here.
Oh.
So that's one of the reasons why I was trying to take on the swashbuckling role to try to almost, what's the right word, like feel the setting and fit that character and see if that helped in a way.
You're doing some role play. You're doing a role
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, and so
Even if my world is a story, I still want to go back. It's real for me, but I'm not returning without Will. I need to know what happened to him.
that's, I think Nox raises a good point. It's possible that if it is a story, then the reason you haven't gone back is because your story hasn't ended yet. Like, perhaps, Spider Dude, Volbate?
Vulgate.
Vulgate. Honestly, sounds like something I would brush my teeth with. But,
Yes. Vulgate widening.
Do you know? Do you know? Though now I'm imagining because of the spiders. Just slightly off topic. I'm imagining because you're spiders, that would actually be a floss brand.
Yeah, that would be work. Yeah, floss your teeth with silk. Oh my god.
Yeah. But anyway, this story, the boy who wouldn't grow up or would never grow up or whatever it's called. Could you get that book so that we could maybe if Wendy here can read it, or if we can read it, it might.
Oh.
If the story is read to completion, maybe that'll be what sends her home.
Right. Well, yes. As I've said, he would keep his most prized works in a secret library behind the auditorium.
So can we go get it?
Well, it's Janspinner's private library. No one should be allowed in but Janspinner. Meanwhile, we'll cut to Xaxx, who is trespassing. The spiderlings let you into the auditorium, but they said to you as you walked in, "Oh, Janspin is not telling a story for another hour, so."
Yeah, I just want to talk to him. I don't want a story right now. I just want to talk to Yarn Spinner. We need some answers. Yarn Spinner!
Okay, you call out, and you hear the kind of thump, 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 thump of some large legs, perhaps turning around on the spot. And there's this large semicircle web archway on the back of the auditorium, and sure enough, it begins to sort of break apart like a curtain, and peering through the incredibly large and numerous eyes with spectacles of Yarn Spinner. His little mandibles pull himself forward and out of the archway, and he stares down at you and says, "Oh, welcome back. You're Xaxx, aren't you? I remember."
Yeah, funny thing, I didn't remember earlier today.
Oh, that's not good.
Do you
I
know what your
apologize.
stories do?
My stories? Well,
Yes.
I hope that they inspire and I hope they give joy and
Do you know that your stories are pulling people into this reality from other realities, taking them out of their own stories and making them into people, and taking memories from people who are already in this reality and putting them into stories so that they forget who they are? And that's why they don't leave?
he still seems taken aback. His spectacles almost fall off his face in shock as you confront him with this, and he says, "What? No! What are you talking about? This sounds like nonsense, but it's a good idea for a story."
Don't make that into a story, please. You'll probably create some sort of a paradox that will doom us all.
A paradox? Oh, I don't mean to doom anyone. What's
Well,
the matter?
you know the big
I will.
hole in the middle of your town here?
Yes, that is a problem.
Yeah, we went down there to try to find some lost keys for the printing press there. We found the keys, which is good, but we also found a number of things and people who have been
Ah,
created in this reality
oh,
by you thinking up stories or creating stories or copying stories from other places. We have a girl with us who is from one of those stories, and now she's in this world.
as you say,
On top of
copying.
that,
Can you roll an insight?
oh, okay.
It's particularly on that one mention of that. He does react.
Insight.
Oh yeah, you can see he hunches up and he's kind of makes himself look a bit smaller with his legs, and you can see his mandibles. You know the way the spiders kind of clean themselves, kind of rub against each other, but it's not cleaning in this moment. You can tell it's clearly nervousness at the mention of copying.
So the question, Yarn Spinner, is where are you getting your stories from, and why is it messing with reality?
I don't know what to say. I don't mean to hurt anyone. All of these bad things that have happened, they happened. Well, they happened when that young boy
Will?
escaped. Yes. We have an infestation, as you're aware, and that hole opened up about the same time. Look, we have clearly got off on the wrong leg. I mean to help you in any way I can. I don't want my stories to bring doom, like you mentioned. That's the last thing I want. But I've not been able to fix this. It's a complicated issue.
Explain it to me.
Well, it's true. I do get inspiration from my visitors. I invite them to stay, share their own stories, so that I might add them to an ever larger repertoire. But I don't mean to flat out copy them. I sort of make it my own. You understand?
I understand the intention, but I need you to understand that when me and my friends, when we stayed here, we slept here under your invitation. And when we woke up, we didn't know who we were. We couldn't even remember our own names. And I'm gonna admit to you that we did break into your library and found your secret book writing area and found our names in a book there. And that's when we remembered.
Mm-hmm. I have heard that is the case, and it is an unfortunate circumstance. I'm not sure why it's happening. These ideas, they seem to come to me after people sleep.
Do you know that there's a ghost phase spider type thing that does this?
No? A what? A ghost? He
There's
seems
a
shocked, abhorrent.
do I believe him?
Yeah, he seems to be a little bit shocked And I would say still nervous from earlier for sure. But he doesn't have a clue what you're talking about with a ghost. He seems as though he understands what's happening, but he doesn't know why exactly. But he seems to be telling the truth-ish. I don't know what a ghost is doing here. This is the Feywild. There shouldn't be any undead.
Well, there's some sort of a ghost or translucent or something spider that looks kind of like you
You
and
must
is
show me at
taking
once.
things from people. Well, why don't we go back to my come with me and we'll go back to everybody else and we'll
Right.
see if we can figure this out.
He turns around and shuts up the web, like uses his spinnerets to close up the archway again. He does follow you. And you make it back to the rest of the party who are still discussing things. Oh, hey guys, look, it's John Spinner. Clapperclaw announces.
Right, everybody, why don't you come outside? We gotta talk about this.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Yarnspinner is here to account for his actions.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
Solomon. Oh, Solomon, we gotta fill you on some stuff.
Okay.
Oh. Where did you come?
Say what? I
That
don't
is a
know.
story that you will not be hearing for now. In the meantime,
Yeah.
So
hmm,
here's the deal. Yarn Spinner is taking inspiration heavily from other places, whether it's people or other stories, and somehow those are becoming real. It all started, and I sort of just recount everything that he told me.
Well, I've always been able to create real from stories. Every book I make shares a similar magic. They're known as fable books.
do the characters in your books usually come to life in the whole?
They are very much alive.
No, I
The
don't mean
world
in a
is very
metaphorical
real.
woo-woo new age sense. I mean, literally sitting here having to eat and sleep and be
Oh,
frightened.
there are no metaphors in the Feywild.
Hmm. Um,
I mean it when I say the worlds are real. The characters are alive, but they are usually within those worlds,
The
contained.
character's right here.
Like-
This is Wendy. She's one of the characters.
So.
do you
What-
remember
He-
Wendy?
Okay.
He looks to Wendy, and there isn't a shock this time. He looks and says, "Ah, yes. I had a feeling that you had escaped as well. Unfortunate. This was never meant to happen, Wendy. You have my sincerest apology. You see, the books I have been tending to have been infested. Those worms got to them, and I have a feeling that's where this all stemmed from. But those worms weren't always around. They started rearing their ugly heads ever since I set up shop around here. Perhaps it's better if I just show you." And
Are
he
they
does.
like? Sorry. So they're like silkworms.
No, not in the slightest.
Like they appear around silk.
They don't eat silk. They don't produce silk. We are the web spinners. These eat the wood and the parchment.
Okay.
They are known as zygotomas.
Well, we 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 took on a bunch of the scurvy dogs, wiped them out. We did, but the big one got away.
Diagentomas, that's the one.
Why is Tarquin's voice weird?
Oh, because he found a pirate hat.
Getting into character. He begins to. You see, Jan Spinner. He pulls out from the satchel in his bags. He pulls out this book and shows everyone. This is the book you are from, Wendy. I don't know if you can click it in the chat. My foundries are kind of glitching out at the minute.
Yeah.
The boy who refused to grow up.
Oh, so it's actually eaten through parts of the book, I'm guessing.
It does look, as you see the first page open up, there are these weird holes and grooves in the pages. And as he flicks through it, you see that there's this big chunk missing, literally ripped out from the spine. And it's the latter half of the book, like the perhaps like the last chapter or so.
So
It's just flat out ripped.
was I right in that because the story doesn't have an end, she cannot go back from whence she came?
And I
Oh,
think I
no,
went
no.
vaguely Scottish then.
This book was finished.
Mm.
I wrote the ending. Unfortunately, Will did not like it.
So you killed him.
Goodness, no! I would never. I'm
No.
a friend to all the forest
He
critters and
You erased him?
let me guess. He in order to try to write his own ending, he stole the typeface, went down into the hole, and that was the last he was seen.
it would seem that is the events that took place. Will was a stubborn character. He, as you can see, refused to grow up. I drew much inspiration from another story I was once told. My Will was the central character, and unfortunately, one fateful day, the worms tunneled through this book. It broke the magic of the fable book, creating tears in the realm. And unfortunately, he, being a curious character, he travelled through one of these tears, found himself here in Fable Rise. I'm sure he was shocked and confused, but he must have discovered that my library was where he came from, found the book, the origin of his existence. And in addition to describing his life, his adventures, and everything he knew to be real, the book foretold an ending Will had yet to experience. And he
Was
looks
he growing up?
he looks towards Wendy and says, it was the day Wendy would leave. Leave him and return home. Wendy sort of looks very sad, concerned as well, for
Is
Will's sake.
that
Where
why
is he now?
Is that why he said our love was fiction? Because their story was written in a book?
Jan Spinner has no response. He sort of looks down at the ground. But Wendy looks confused. She looks almost like on the verge of breaking down. But it wasn't. It was real. Everything felt real.
And dropping character, and to you it very well might have been, but as soon as you came through to this world, it no longer was. It is. or was just a story.
So
But Will
That's
still, Will still cared for me. He looked after me. He told me he was gonna get us back home, or I
But
guess.
I'm guessing he wanted to get you back home, but under his own terms, a story which he liked the ending of, perhaps. But
Um,
tell me this, Yarn Spinner, these worms, they
oh,
didn't happen to start appearing at, let's say the time that Prismere was taken over by Scabatha and her sisters, was it?
oh, I've heard stories about those hags. Yes, I did move my Fable Rise and set it up in conjunction to the new realm, the budding realm of Prismere. I heard there was many a story to draw inspiration.
And
And yes, what did you want to add?
Solomon's just
Oh,
looking at the book with the
okay.
holes in,
Yep.
and he's just a bit like, so do we have to push Wendy through one of those holes to send her back? That's where they came from? Like, will her head even fit through?
I don't think we'll be pushing anyone into a book like quite so physically. There is a way I can conjure and transport people in and out of Fable Run. And he says this with a kind of a little bit of regret in his tone, and well, and Wendy asks, "Where's Will now? You spoke to him, didn't you? You know all of this because Will told you, or you've met him."
No, we
Elspeth.
didn't. We didn't meet him. We
Mhm.
found the typeset. We found the message he left for Wendy.
No,
Well,
Yarn
I mean,
Spinner's met him now.
I will admit, yes. Will got the best of me, and he forced my hand. I thought that I could perhaps convince him to return, but he refused, not whilst the ending stood.
And what did you force
He,
him to do?
well, he left angry, disillusioned. He accused me of creating this fiction, that nothing was real. He was certainly vengeful against his creator. He ripped that book, destroyed the unhappy ending, most likely, and then stole the typesets from the printing press, hoping it would prevent me or anyone from writing his destiny again. And then he blackmailed me to release him from Fable Rise. Crafty one. I shouldn't have wrote him as such a planner, schemer. Definitely
Wait,
outwitted me.
he is gone from Fable Rise. You released him, so you have that power.
I do.
And when you
I
told
just
this poor girl that you didn't know what had happened to her friend, that
I
was
didn't say
lies?
that.
Isn't-
No, of course not. You're thinking of Vulgate, I think, maybe.
Mm,
Vulgate didn't have a clue, that's for sure.
sorry.
Jan Spinner seems to be kind of getting a lot off his chest, though, and freely telling you all this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I admit I had no idea that Prismere was something to do with this. But you're right, young Tarquin. I believe those do line up. The Gentoma worms did start cropping up when we moved here. They started off very small, But before long, they seem to have grown, perhaps feeding on the magic of my books and the library. You're saying Prismir is what's causing these?
Well, that or the hags, from what we've seen and experienced ever since they arrived, they seem to almost corrupt things and change things. We recently arrived from Hither, which used to be,
Hither, you mean?
yep, whichever one it was, and it was parts of it had began to malfunction due to their influence. These things called the O wells, which could be used to transport yourself about, were no longer functioning. Brigands had begun to take over. A large tree had been cut down.
Corruption.
Yes, a corruption.
We need to move. Sounds like Prismir has been infested with its own worms as well. And we are suffering as a result. And Wendy immediately pipes up, "You can't leave! Will's still here." Oh. Yes. You won't want to leave without will you? But
If
I can't stay here.
if you
Only
did,
more damage will be done to further book.
if you did leave Yon Spinner, where would you go to?
And
There are
would you
many
give it?
pocket dimensions in the Feywild, many realms of delight, domains of delight, they're known as. Far away from thither is only a stone's throw away.
How long would it take you to move? Like,
Nothing. I wish
think
to
you,
move immediately, now
do you
that
think
I've
you,
learned of this corruption.
do you think you could give it like one night?
What? One night to find Will and bring him back? He could be anywhere in that forest you mentioned.
I kind of learnt that I'm cursed somehow, and your ghost spiders that are pretending to be you was just about to write what I was cursed with when they stopped for the night.
I see.
So even
You
if
are
everybody
welcome to
else,
stay, but learning of this ghost spider, I can't assure your safety if that thing comes for you in the night.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm hoping for, so it can write
Ah,
down why I'm cursed.
very well. If you wish to risk that to learn of your nature, then so be it. You are free to rest.
I mean, everybody else doesn't have to. I can
No,
sleep for the night.
we will come with you to
We will be with you.
help
Yeah,
defend.
maybe
I
the next
wonder.
hut, so you don't scare it off if any of you do decide to stay awake.
Are we going to
Alright.
stay in the huts we were in when we lost our memories? Are we going to stay somewhere else?
So
Uh,
do you want the spider to take your memories? Sorry, am I hearing that correctly?
That's what he said.
Yes, but I also want to write down as much as possible to remember, like names, places, our goal, so I know who each of yous are and that, so I don't have to try and remember it all again. But subconsciously, I know why I'm cursed, but neither myself nor Nox apparently knows why or what the curse is. Like we read the Carnival cards book and it ended just before they told that, well, cliffhanger.
Hmm.
Maybe if it
It did.
only takes from you and not from the rest of us,
That's what I
it'll
mean. So
focus the story on you.
yeah, so no one else has to lose anything or sleep for the night, or at least sleep for the 4 hours that I'm asleep. And then
I
we
think
go
it.
back to the
Mm.
book room. We check it, find out why I am. You all remind me who I am and what we're doing, and we go on our merry way. And Jan Spinner goes on his merry way after helping Wendy with Will.
We still need to get Will back, right? We still
Yeah.
need to figure this out and what to do with Wendy and how to get her back to where she belongs. If she wants to go, Wendy, I don't know if you want to go.
I don't care if my world is story or make believe. For me, it felt real, every moment of it. This isn't where I belong. But more than anything, I want Will to come back. I want him to know that our love wasn't just false.
Fiction.
And I want to make sure he's safe. I don't know what has happened to him, but if he left angry and upset, then I don't know what trouble he would have got into. Emotions apparently fly pretty high here. Felt them. They're intense.
This is
I know.
maybe a question for the rest of the group, but if we do this, do we know where Will is? Do we go back down that hole and see if we can find him down there?
Jan Spinner sent Will
Y-
somewhere.
Jan Spinner is the
Jan-
only one who knows. Hmm.
Right.
Jan, I'm afraid Will is no longer in Fable Rise. He stole those typesets and said that if I didn't let him leave, that he wasn't going to give them back. Well, I opened up Fable Rise to thither, and he gestures towards the pathway that you first entered in. I let him leave. But didn't he mentioned where he would toss them, but didn't really give me the means to get them back. Now that I know he's obviously used them to leave a message for you, Wendy. I'm sorry for all this mess. I should have never come to Prisma. But then I wouldn't have learned of such an interesting story that you guys have already embarked on. I suppose the best thing to do now is rest up. If Solomon wants to learn of his curse, well, I would advise against it, Solomon. This thing stalks you in your dreams. No, goodness knows what else it could steal from you.
It's okay. Sometimes it feels like a nightmare when I'm awake anyway.
If you do get rest, I will open up Fable Rise for you to leave. You can return to thither. I
Yeah.
That
have no
might be
idea
best.
where Will is.
Do you
Question for
think?
the group.
Mm.
Oh, go on.
If we do rest, we will be more capable. We could go back down that hole. We could take care of the things we weren't able to finish down there.
The
Was,
problem is
is it worth trying that, or do we let Yarn Spinner leave
the
and go somewhere else?
the problem.
To what end? Why?
And to be honest, I think we got lucky. Even at full strength, that thing knocked down. It killed Kono. It knocked down Tanwen in one strike. It almost took you down.
I think
Oh,
if it
oh no. He flicks through the book suddenly, and he reaches the page where he describes this tribe and Kono, and there are holes dug and eaten all the way through this entire chapter. What?
Hmm.
Look at this. Those little devils have eaten through this whole section.
Hmm.
Kono was supposed to be detailed in full here, and his tribe.
When we first met him, he was missing an arm. There was also something like ash down there.
Remember the corpse that was missing its head?
Hmm.
Yeah, there was something ash-like around its
Yeah.
Oh,
where the head
and
would have been.
there wasn't just the Zygontomas down there either. There's also this like giant waspy thing that like I think it might have injected its young into your spiderlings and then they burst
Yeah.
out. I
You see
killed
all the
that.
hairs on both Volgate and Jarnspinner stick up on end. Oh goodness, that terror! A giant tarantula wasp, tarantula hawk.
I killed it.
Oh, they all sigh of relief.
I also
You've done us a
I
great
also
job.
made sure to vaporize or melt the inside of the corpses of your spiderlings. I realized not the best way to deal with their bodies, but if it was laying its young, I didn't want any more to come out.
Those things are our natural predators. They just pick us off.
Seems like their natural predator is a Captain Tarquin.
Fantastic.
Aye,
Glad to have you
Captain.
aboard. Right.
Because I still find it hilarious. I managed to 1v1 that, basically. I
Yeah.
realised, like, Tanwen or someone was there, but I don't think they actually managed to do anything. It was just Tarquin, basically, like, nope.
It's close. One hit, though, honestly.
Yeah.
You'd probably go down from it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys, do you want to rest here, or what? Or are you gonna stay awake but let Solomon rest?
I'm gonna need to rest.
Maybe.
Gonna rest?
I'm
Okay.
gonna heal up.
Yeah.
Maybe eat a dinner.
We should do shifts as well.
Yeah.
Wait.
Since I just had a nap, I can take the first shift. Tarquin, do you want to hand me that scimitar and let me see if I can put the edge back on it and clean it up a little bit?
Sure.
I have oil and a whetstone.
I don't know how to use it. It's just part of the costume, but there you go.
Well, there's no sense in leaving a weapon in such a deplorable condition.
Yep.
So
That's what you want to do.
we might as well clean it up and put an edge on it. So if we need a proper functioning weapon, we can do that. No, we can use it.
Yep.
So I'll take first watch.
Okay, so you all begin to return to the silk huts, the little bedding that was laid out for you. Jarnspinner seems to still think this is a bad idea, but Solomon's clearly adamant. He wants to know what the nature of this curse is. So as you begin to sort of drift down, when you're struggling to stay awake, probably because you're the most injured out of everyone right now.
Right.
So,
but I had a proper nap. So how do I make myself upright again? I can't get myself upright.
You hold down Control and then scroll with your token selected. So click on your token, hold down Control, and then scroll. And so is everyone else sleeping, or it's just Tanwen watching, and everyone else is sleeping?
Probably best if it's just Solomon first, because he only needs 4 hours.
Yeah, if you want to say.
All right.
I'll stay up with Tanwen. I don't want her up on her own if she's still suffering.
Yeah. Yeah. So two people do the first 2 shifts, and then when Solomon's up, I have a bit of a plan.
Okay.
Does anyone have a pencil? And a
I
piece of,
do. Yep.
yeah, I'll take a
Yeah, I'll give you from my. I'll give you
give
writing utensils and
yeah,
paper.
give it me after I wake up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tarquin is going to sleep against this tree.
All right then. So, with Yarn Spinner feeling a little bit nervous, he sort of says, I'm going to be reading a story to sort of lighten the mood back up. If anyone else is staying away, I'll be reading one in the auditorium. You're welcome to join.
I'm running into walls here.
There shouldn't be any walls on this layer,
I can't get to the huts.
but there is a lot of lag at the moment. I don't know if that's just me.
No, it's saying I'm colliding with a wall.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Goodness.
Why are you doing swords?
Where's that
Who's
coming
attacking?
I,
You turpy.
I,
Stop.
I'm
That scimitar is getting a good
I'm
sharpening.
sharpening the scimitar, cleaning the rust off of it.
You're doing it like next to Solomon's ear as he's trying to sleep.
No,
That was
I'm
good.
gonna try to sleep as well.
He's trying
Okay.
to kill
All
me.
right then.
I'm gonna go.
That's a menacing sound to hear as you're trying to drift off. But I'll say though,
Or
scimitar is fully sharpened and usable once again.
or it's a comforting
The
sound because you know there are people outside who have weapons and know how to use them and know how to care for them, and they're watching over you while you sleep.
okay, good argument. True. All right, Solomon, you fall asleep into a trance, I should say, and in said trance, once again, you feel as though a highlight of your life is being relived. Which highlight is it this time?
A highlight? What was it last time? I forget.
It
Oh,
was
it was galloping through thing through as a
yeah, as an elk in Downfall, being
um
the herald.
I guess another one would be but also frightful when Tarquin grabbed him as a tiny Solomon and he was flying. But it was also terrified as well because he was so high up.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So
Like
as
a
you're flying and soaring, like a what?
no, carry on.
There's there's a little parachute in the distance, a parachute made of webbing that's sort of following you in your trajectory. And attached to this parachute of web, it was of course that strange ghost-like spider. He's holding onto his parachute with one pair of legs, and with the others, he's writing down something in a journal, jotting down every little detail of this fantastical memory. And yeah, as you're drifting off, the sensation of like being shrunk down and enlarging is actually quite fitting that you picked that one up because well, we'll find out when perhaps you wake up. The
God.
4 hours elapse, and you come to feeling well rested, but your mind is quite foggy. You're trying to remember what you were doing here. Is this the second night? And you're trying to remember who these people are who are watching over you. It seems like it's all a blur once again.
I guess I will do the thing you would do, other than being confused and screaming at everyone, is to check everything that you have, and I'll check through
Yeah.
all the notes that was written of who's who, descriptions as to who is who, uh, our goal, so on and so forth, to try and remind myself as who I am, who I'm with, where I'm going, and what I'm doing. And also a little PS at the bottom that tells me what to do next after you wake up.
Yeah, you have that sort of memento moment where you're trying to piece things together and realize your memories are
Which is
being disrupted.
yeah, and the PS says the others are going to want to go to sleep. Pretend you're a ghost spider, and as Rodolfo taps Solomon out, I take the utensils and turn into a spider and I drag everyone into the room. And I start.
Okay.
I'll use up my wild shapes periodically through their time sleeping, and I'll just start writing out stuff that's happened in our journey together, in case the spiders come for them.
Yeah.
So if I come face to face with one, I can be like, "Hey, this is my job." Chris is gone.
Okay, I'm the DM now.
We lost the DM,
Yeah.
which means I
We-
suspect Foundry's going to drop shortly if he's lost internet.
We all leveled up
Yeah.
2 times.
Twice.
We're all level 10 now. Don't,
Hey,
And
James,
oh look, it's a treasure box full of stuff.
Is that a deck of many? Oh God!
yes. Hey, James, if you don't want that scimitar, eventually I do, but right now we need it for your storyline. But I just wanted to put that bug in your ear. Because I don't have a long-edged weapon. I have my bows, a bow, a crossbow, and a quarterstaff.
Yeah, you are more than welcome to have it. It was purely for the fact we were down there. We found a pirate ship, we found a cannon, we
Right.
found all sorts of pirate stuff. So he just wanted to take the role for a bit.
Yeah, no,
Chris.
it's just when we're out of this storyline, if you, I
Yep.
may ask for it, and I just want to make sure you wouldn't be offended by
Nope,
that.
no.
Okay.
Tarquin can't use it. He'll stick with his spear, his
Okay.
quarterstaff, and his daggers, and his darts, and his fists, and his breath weapon.
Well, having an actual edged weapon may actually help since I'm not rolling well with my bow or my quarterstaff. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry
So
about that.
so
That
yeah,
didn't drop.
Chris.
Yep.
I'll be like using my wild shapes, taking
Yeah.
the hour afterwards to have a short rest, using my wild shapes and hoping to God that in that 1 hour period that the spider doesn't decide to turn up then for the others.
For the others. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I could
Well,
have that same confrontation that I had in the library.
okay, so you're turning into the spider form, waiting
Yeah.
for a while to see if they do return.
Just
You kind of wait and you're lingering for a moment or two. Though if people are on the lookout for it, you can make perception checks.
So whoever's asleep, I'm jotting down their story as portraying one of the ghost spiders. Just
Okay. All right.
so
Trying
when
to
they come,
emulate that.
yeah. So when they come along, I'll just be like, yeah. So there's this story and that story. Yeah. You don't need to do what you've been doing. I'm on it today. Yarn Spinner sent me
Sure.
specifically.
Let's have you roll perception checks first to see if you can actually spot this thing even coming. Because the last time you felt like you got very lucky.
Okay. Well, I give myself guidance
You
for
just
one.
so happen to sort of your vision just so happened to like glance in a direction where it basically disappearing through a wall.
Anybody else want to help if they're awake?
It depends who who else is awake. This is 4 hours in.
21.
So 21.
21.
Does he? Let me check that DC again. That good old DC.
I know last time I rolled a nat 20, but
I know you did. It was nuts. Ah, right. Here we go. Who else is awake or I think Tanwen would have gone and
I
finished there.
it,
Like,
yeah, I
What?
would. Yeah, I would have been asleep probably on, after I ate some rations, drank some water, took care of biological needs. I think I would have probably had trouble not toppling over and falling
hmm.
asleep.
No,
Yeah. All right then.
Rodolfo was still awake, and I don't think, like, besides Solomon, no one else has come to relieve him. So, if Solomon wants to spend the hour transforming, Rodolfo's okay with staying up another 4 hours, like just
Okay.
Well,
helping on watch. Yeah, I don't mind.
yeah, I'll be transforming for 3 hours straight, and then I
Yeah,
believe it's 3 hours straight.
so I'll
No,
so I'll
two
stay up
hours.
with you.
2 hours, having an hour break to short rest to get my wild
Solomon.
shapes back. 2
Okay.
hours again, and so on through the night.
So Solomon, you notice as you're gazing around, trying to see where it would have been this time, it seems to be dangling by a very thin thread, and it's from the ceiling. It's like it's lowered itself to the hut close enough to sort of perhaps tap into your memories and your dreams. But seeing you wake up and no one else is. Well, actually, there is some people falling asleep. That's the important part. If Tanwen has fallen asleep, what you notice then is that very thin thread begins to lower again, and this ghostly, almost transparent spider
Is
is
it tiny?
hovering above your hut.
Is it tiny or is it big?
It's a large-sized spider,
Let me let me let me
but not
actually
as
get.
big as Yarn Spinner, just sort of large size, but not huge.
Uh, as a spider, I'm just like, hey, come on, not again. How am I supposed to learn if you keep interrupting me?
Are you okay in
What?
there?
Shh, 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 shh. I
Okay,
guess
sorry,
I guess
sorry,
I guess you're
sorry.
just hearing spider noises. To be fair, as I'm
Yeah,
speaking.
very true.
Okay.
In that case, this thing suddenly looks in your direction, swings slightly, and as it's pivoting back and forth, it says, "You see me?"
We've we've been through this dance before at the library.
It's you.
Yeah, I'm the apprentice. How am I supposed to learn if you keep interrupting me? Yarn spinner's not going to get any more help at this rate.
What? This is my job.
Well, I tried to do the other part of the job, and then you told me off and sent me down the hall.
Yes, I sent you down there because we needed the typeset.
Yeah, we got the typesets.
Oh,
And now I'm
very
back to
good.
doing this job. And now you're
Back
interrupting me,
to
so how
the
am I
job.
supposed to learn?
What?
Look, I've
This.
I've even got the stories, and I like turn the notepad over, and there's stories of like riding snails and being crowned monarch, and
Okay, roll a charisma deception check.
oh
And
no.
I guess this is using your. Yeah, it's your charisma, not the spiders, because your mental stats stay the same.
Can I 2 for 2 fail deception? Oh no,
Oh my
17.
lord,
No,
that is
yes.
a success. Not even joking. Though it seems as though it has been already kind of writing a little bit already, so, but it does seem to go. And it snaps its little book shut and then slots the quill in the top and says, "Fine, fine. I could use a day off."
Yeah, you take what you've got there, go write it in the book, and then I'll be over at some point after these finish sleeping, and then I'll, pass along the stories if you want to carry on writing it up, or I can write it up.
It has already very rapidly climbed back up the thread, scaled across the ceiling, and then drops down into the scriptorium and phases through the wall. And yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, and then Solomon to himself is like, right, no, to get reacquainted with these people I've forgotten.
Yeah. Tanwen is currently already like a little bit into their sleep, but aside from Tanwen's dream, which for a moment, Tanwen, in your dream, whatever highlight you've been dreaming of, you perhaps also saw just a ghostly spider in the distance, but it almost like fades away into obscurity, just disappears from the dream entirely, and you almost forget about it before before the dream's ending. The rest of the rest does go by without a hitch, and you guys can get a long rest. So feel free to top yourselves up.
After it disappears, I won't wild shape again. I'll probably just take a short rest to get them back
Okay, sure thing.
because I feel like I've done what I needed to do.
Yeah, that was good. DC was 16, by the way. And you just
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's good.
I have a -1 in deception.
Yeah. I like the little addition that you had the book out ready. You got the prop, set up.
Well, last time it didn't go so well, so
Indeed. So that was clever. All right. Well, welcome to the morning. At least you think it's morning, and you can already hear in the distance Yarn Spinner seems to be spinning a tale to all the little critters and furry rodents of the forest that have come to gather. And let's just get that
hey,
beautiful artwork again.
Rodolfo, Tanwen,
Yeah, they're all coming too. They're all waking up. Even
hello.
Clapperclaw.
Do you know who you guys are?
That's a good
Uh,
question. I think I do.
yeah,
Do,
I had a really weird dream. It's my
hey,
second ever dream about spiders. I had one dream where I was walking down the hill and there were all these translucent spiders all around me, and I knew if they touched me, I would die. And this one, it felt like it was going to start that way, but the spider just disappeared.
yeah, I convinced it to go away. I started pretending to do its job. Do you
Thank you.
remember? Yeah, do you remember who that is? As I point to Rodolfo.
Yeah, that's Rodolfo of
Okay,
the amazing Eldritch Blasts.
okay, and Rodolfo, do you remember who that is? As I point to Tamlin.
Yes, that is Tanwen who always needs the arrows.
Okay,
Yes.
and who am I?
You're Solomon.
Okay, so according to this piece of paper, I am Solomon. That's good.
Yes. Do you remember everything? I mean, do you remember?
No, I know what's on this
Ye-
piece of paper, and apparently we
Uh,
need to go to some secret library to read why I'm cursed.
exactly. Yes.
Before
Well, that was the
before
idea.
before we go, Rodolfo, can I get some more arrows out of the portable hole? And I
Absolutely.
and I
Absolutely.
want to look. I know we have some crates of weapons in there if they survive us dropping the cannon in. I want to look and see if I can find a sheath for the scimitar for Tarquin's scimitar before I give it back to him.
Oh, well,
Mm.
I'm assuming the bandolier has one, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Chris?
gonna leave
Oh,
that up to
wait,
Chris.
wait. Who's
I assume
disappeared again?
I assume the bandolier literally was a bandolier. But yeah, I can see what you're saying that it might have a sheath already.
I don't know. But either way, yep, we're still live. Right, so,
Sorry, I don't keep dropping.
Are you
I'm back.
are
Chris.
y'all having rolling brownouts there?
Yeah, some reason.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Chris, the
yeah.
bandolier, did that have an actual sheath for the scimitar, or was the scimitar just sort of shoved through it?
Yeah, sort of a half sheath, right? Like it's a
Yeah.
slot. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Xaxx, why are you so far away? Come
What
over
did you
here.
catch? What did you catch
I
last?
can't.
Sorry, I
I,
just
I
mentioned.
I'm over there in spirit. And virtually I can't get through a wall.
Okay, that's all right.
I'm
We'll
just going to
assume that you're
drag you
over
over
there.
there. There you go.
So the last thing I mentioned saying was Tanwen's memory is the only one that seems to be just almost a little bit foggy, but as soon as Solomon said your name, it does click. You
Mhm.
have that moment of recognition.
Um, And Tarquin here, I cleaned the scimitar for you.
Ah,
So it's sharpened and all the rust is gone. The hilt seems to be just fine. I didn't need to tighten that. We just need to balance it for you if you can use this weapon.
not particularly, but it's part of the outfit. So whilst I'm continuing the swashbuckler buccaneer
Okay.
sort of thing, yeah.
Could
Okay.
could you guys lead me to this secret library?
Oh, sure.
'Cause
It's this way, I
Yeah.
think.
yeah,
It's
I
this
know
way,
there's
as
a
long as
I know it looks like that's a big library, but something about a secret library.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah, it's
like
inside the big
hidden.
library.
It's inside the big one.
Yeah.
No.
So save you going actually in and changing map. I'm just gonna say that you're in the back of this room right here. And okay, so you're inside the scriptorium. You navigate your way to the back. Spiderling does make sure you're supposed to be in the scriptorium, but
We sneak to the far back like last time.
yep. And you find the carnival cards open. New pages have been added.
Hey, from the brain of Solomon, from the book of Solomon.
But yeah, Book of Solomon. The story does outline some new additions. The mention of you shrinking and enlarging, being carried around,
Does it
and there's something.
continue on from the whole cuss thing though?
Yeah, you have to flick back a few pages and find where was it, and starting to make a familiar sense. You've gone back too far, then you flick forward another page, and you come finally back to the actual paragraph. Yes, here it is. And then Solomon began to feel the curse slowly turn. The closer and closer they got, smaller they became.
What?
Then, at the back of their mind, the ticking, the clicking, the whirring of gears. It wasn't long before the others remarked on his strange new appearance. But before he could realize what had happened, he froze like a statue, unable to move, and yet completely aware of his surroundings. The clicking had also stopped. The whirring of gears had come to a halt. But he was stiff. His allies pondered about metal this metal key on the back of his spine. Seemed to be some sort of key. Though they pondered about what to do with it for a few moments, it wasn't long before Xaxx began to try something, and he turned it a few turns, and immediately, clicking back to life, Solomon spur into action. His movements now much more robotic.
Is Solomon Warforged? Xaxx?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go to his back and start pressing buttons
I
and turning things.
Do I
I
have
thought
buttons?
As you turn around to see, like, this is all happening as he's reading it, but as you actually go to look at it in real life, there isn't anything there. No, there isn't. Not right now. It doesn't seem to be there. He's
I
just normal Solomon.
Am
I
I,
don't understand what's going on
He's
at all.
it seems like this story, which clearly has some obvious mistakes. I mean, it says I love water at one point. We all know I hate water. I've almost drowned multiple times in the time you've known me. clearly it's trying to make up some fanciful thing where Solomon gets turned into some sort of wind-up toy, and I just realized that the place we're meant to be going is a toy shop. I don't like that. Perhaps that is one of the potential abilities of this hag, is to turn people into toys.
Like Solomon is a toy, is a wind up thing, right?
Yeah, in the book he is, but not in reality. And this book, based on the sort of story, this is continuing on from the Tall Tales, right?
Which is
That's
not
right.
accurate to
And
the
in
tale that we have.
and in the Tall Tales, the next place we were meant to be going was Scapthus, right?
Correct.
So, based on where this curse is meant to be happening, is that when the Carnival cards have arrived at Loomlurch?
It seems as though there was a line that said, "The closer and closer they got," and as you're trying to find what that book is referencing to, you can like flick about, and then yes, you do see that that was the last location they were heading to.
So,
Wait, so I'm not cursed now?
or you are cursed, but it will only take effect once we get closer to Loomlurch.
Is there any part of me that looks like it's anything like a toy?
Mm,
Like, if I feel my
roll an
antlers,
yeah, roll a perception check, or you can roll an intelligence. Probably you're going to use perception, but
I'm going to use guidance.
I
I'm
will
like,
look over Solomon as well, see if I can see anything.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm like feeling my antlers. Oh no.
Big oof. No, you feel completely normal. Like the horns are natural. They don't feel hollow like a toy. All your skin feels the same. It's cold to the touch still, but that's regular. That's status quo. No, you feel normal. And as you're giving a look over his back as well, Tarquin, you feel about maybe with permission. There is no weird contraption on the back like a key or whatever was being described.
If I
Wait,
start
Xaxx just turned a key. Where
In
did
the
the key go?
Story.
in the
In the
Oh,
story,
story.
okay.
Yeah, sorry if this is getting confusing.
if
But
I start turning into a toy, can you make sure I don't get left behind? Because I assume I'll probably only get about 10 steps before I need winding up again.
We'll carry you.
That's a promise.
Don't worry, if
No.
there's one thing I'm good at, it's winding people up.
Uh,
No one gets left behind.
I thought that was my job. Fablefall said.
Fine. If he gets turned into a wind-up toy, your exclusive role is to wind him back up.
yeah,
Yay!
I still don't get why he's not got a squash for a head anymore.
Um,
Like, I very
Oh,
much
sorry.
remember him having a squash.
because
The
certain
story
things
changed it.
in the story change reality, it seems.
But now the whole clockwork thing is in the book.
Yes,
Mhm.
but that's at a point which we haven't arrived at yet in our version.
Yeah,
Like,
you're reading ahead, silly. You're
Okay.
spoiling the story.
Should I
Oh.
tear this page out?
Oh, there's a bit about you, Tanwen.
Oh, there is?
That's surprising. What does it say about me?
I don't know why
You
you're
look over the
surprised. You're
page
probably
and
my favorite character, but
he flicks the page and it says, Tarquin, using his deductive skills, realizes this must be some sort of curse that is manifesting the closer you get to Loomlurch. However, with that sudden realization, there was an unsettling feeling. Tanwen was also affected.
No. Can we look over Tanwen?
Seems their curse was ...
Can we look over Tanwen as
Yeah,
to
you can check over Tanwen. And give me
with
another
your
perception check.
with your permission, Tanwen,
Yes, yes. What is wrong with me?
I'll be guiding and giving advantage to Time Rabbit because I'm not
Yep.
that good at perception apparently.
I
I'm
will.
rabbit.
I will roll again. See
Okay.
if I get any higher. No. So
You
28.
give a very scrutinizing look over every kind of hair on Tanwen's head, and it doesn't seem to be any different. Everything's in place. There's still dragonflies running around. You count the wasps. Yep, there's still
Yeah.
those.
Yeah. Tarquin, I'm just gonna have him try to go. Oh my god!
Why would you do that?
You're completely normal.
That's not funny. That was not funny. Tarquin, I love you like I love my brothers, but that was not funny.
Yeah, that was mean.
I said I was good at winding people up.
All right. Do I notice anything odd about myself?
You don't feel any different, but I guess if you want, you can double check. Give me either a perception or an intelligence check. The
At
intelligence is
least
basically you can either choose to look over yourself right now, or intelligence is sort of remember if there was anything weird about you. But you kind of check yourself over. You try to like maybe I don't know. What do you do to try and make sure
I
you
I
hold your
would
breath?
I would probably stretch, try
Yeah.
to move to see if my arms are working right, my legs are working right.
Hmm. Okay.
I would probably pull out my bow without an arrow and
Yep.
draw it and let it go just to see if I can
Okay.
draw the
You
string back
you
and
actually feel more flexible than what you did before. So if anything, you feel better. You're actually able to sort of stretch to a further limit that you hadn't ever done.
this is so odd. I wonder if the poison did something to me that was actually good
Yeah,
and not
loosened
just
up your
bad.
joint.
wobbly bones. Are
Yeah,
are
no,
you double jointed now?
it
That's
almost
actually
feels like it.
that's actually a
Like,
good point. See if you can like rotate your like arm all the way round at like the joints or anything.
Ugh,
You know,
that
like
sounds really terrifying.
like you can with like toys, where like you can rotate their arms around because it's just like a ball joint rather than like an
oh,
actual. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
you could try
Well,
that.
Okay,
or
so
like a
I'm gonna
mannequin. A mannequin has that sort of thing, doesn't
I
it?
sling
will.
my bow, sling my
Hmm.
bow back on my shoulder, and I'm going to hold my arms out to either side and
Hmm.
try to twist them. So
Okay.
I'm like holding it out and twisting it back and forth to
Uh,
see if my arms roll.
Can I try and do
Wendy,
that as well?
you can. Solomon, you have very immense difficulty doing this. You haven't stretched a moment in your life. You just always hunch, terrible posture. You hear a crack, Solomon, as you do yours. Uh, then Wendy screams as she sees Tanwin almost fully dislocate their arm, but it doesn't go all the way around. It twists just to an extremity that is unnatural, like you're a contortionist.
Well, that's new.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Mechanically, does she have advantage on acrobatics?
Or at least on
More,
grapple checks to
I
escape.
was about to say more to escape grapple. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the moment, it feels like this is an advantage, Tanwin. You don't seem to feel a
Yes.
nasty sensation. There isn't any pain when you're able to like twist your arm like almost like a full 280 degrees. Um,
Wow. This is going to be kind of fun,
But
actually. I
based,
like this.
I mean,
mhm.
based on what we read in the story, was it that goblins who had gone towards Loomlurch hadn't come back recently? Was there anything like that? Like people had gone to
No,
negotiate? Okay, because
not
I'm what
necessarily.
Tarquin sort of looks and goes, I'm wondering if maybe there's some sort of like what's the right sort of word? Like when you're in the carnival, for example, it's constantly measuring your happiness, and obviously there's some other things that are constantly detected. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some sort of magic around Loomlurch that the closer you get, if you're unable to like resist its effect, maybe it turns you into living toys, and that's what they sell there.
Oh,
That sounds creepy.
yeah. I don't like that.
I mean, because
I mean, I already look like a creep, but
No, you look fine, Scatter.
Clapper.
Yeah, you Clapper.
Yeah, because
I'm
Tanwen.
only
Sorry.
forgiving you. You forgot your memories.
I did. I'm sorry.
In the book, Solomon seemed to turn into a wind-up toy the closer we got, and also something about getting smaller, right?
Yeah.
And
Where's
there,
Rodolfo? Oh god.
and there were those tin soldiers we fought. Those might not have actually been constructs, but might have been people turned into tin soldiers and then controlled by the drum, maybe.
Okay.
So
And
An interesting theory.
a super floppy thing would be a puppet.
yeah,
Oh.
a marionette
So
sort of thing.
if I stop acting like me, or if I take actions that seem to be totally out of character for me, y'all are gonna need to restrain me.
Then we kill you. What? Okay.
Restrain.
Also,
Restrain.
just Tan, when you're missing a doll, right?
Yes, Samantha.
And dolls tend to have flexible limbs sometimes.
So you're thinking I'm
And
turning into I'd rather be a doll than a puppet.
and if we think about it, was it Scabatha who's meant to have your bit? Or is it the other one?
I don't
Wait,
remember.
I have this written down.
Do we know who took Samantha? Was it
It was
the
it was Soap Pig, right?
which is Scabatha's, right?
Which is Scabatha's. So if Soap Pig took
Soapig
your
was
doll,
near me, but I
and
can't prove it. I can't prove that she took it.
Then I
if
mean,
and this is if Soap Pig's the one that took your doll, and if Scabatha's the one that did whatever to Solomon, then you know,
if they
it could be that
need
this is where their things are.
if they need these things for something, I mean, they're not just going to have taken them for no reason. Surely there must have been a reason for it. Like, they have sentimental value and that has power here, but I'm wondering if maybe the closer you get, the more doll-like you'll become, and the less doll-like Samantha will become. Almost like she'll have taken what you were.
She'll be like a real girl.
Yeah.
I am
But
now
under their control.
officially creeped out, so I'm gonna take this book here, and I'm gonna go to Yarn Spinner so we can get on with this reluctantly.
Yeah, but that's currently my working theory, is that it's going to be something to do with the doll and something to do with proximity to Loomlurch. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that would happen. He jumped into the scriptorium proper.
I somehow, on my way out, I somehow ended up further in. I can never leave.
Solomon turned into Nox.
Never leave.
All right, you kind of head back to find Yarn Spinner. Doesn't seem like he's at the auditorium at the moment. He finished his story quite quickly, it seems.
We do
but
need
at the
to
back,
give the keys back.
yeah, there's an archway at the back.
We didn't give the keys back. We just talked about them.
Oh, Yarn Spinner.
Okay.
Hello.
You get closer and closer, Xaxx, right to the back of the archway, almost to the point where you can see that kind of gossamer see-through effect. And there's a little writing desk. There are books laid out on a table, but there's no sign of Yarn Spinner inside.
I'm gonna go in if I can.
Yeah, you can. The doors act like curtains more, and as you pull back the webbing delicately, it sort of drifts away. Inside is what we've already been told is Yarn Spinner's like private library. And there's little cocoon sacks, and on the sides there's almost little hinges attached. So opening them up, you can see that there's like shelves built into the cocoons, filled with all kinds of books. These are
these
known as
three things are the shells.
yeah.
Okay,
Like
okay. I
cocoon
was like,
shell.
there's people in them or something.
Oh god, yeah. There's just bodies. There's Will in there.
To be fair.
I mean, they did say
I
the
mean,
Will
the caliber.
escaped from somewhere.
He did. He said that he was forced to let him leave.
He
That's what he
escaped
said.
life.
Yeah. Oh, dark now, dark. The books, they do have spines with titles on them. Let me see. I'll pick one out for you.
Is the one that's called The Spider That Told Stories. Yarn Spinner this whole time is just a product of their own story.
See, I like to think that that's Yarn Spinner and the ghost is Dreamweaver.
for some sort of meta book. For that, you might perhaps look at the beginning of the library, the first book, and indeed there is something called what's it called? The Web of Eternity.
read the Web of Eternity.
Wow, they have the internet here?
No. Do you open it
It's
up
just memes.
to
It's
read?
just memes.
There is a cat playing a piano. Strange. It's mesmerizing, but
There's a
highly
panda
entertaining.
sneezing.
Yes. Then
Chocolate
suddenly,
rain.
Rickroll. Oh my god, the chocolate rain. Yeah, that's a
It's all
throwback.
memes circa like 2010.
Yeah.
Brittany, why do we have to leave her alone?
And what? Apparently, someone's
Right,
never going to give us up? Never going to let us
Right.
down?
Right, we can't go through the whole of the meme category list.
The
Let's
whole
get on with the
catalog is
story.
there. Yeah. It says, in the void before existence, there was nothing. No world, no life, no death. Only absence. But in that absence, there was no law, no rules, and no impossibilities. And so, with nothing to prevent its creation, consciousness willed itself into being. The origin of consciousness brought a beginning, and with it came a middle and inevitable end. Story was created, and through it, all life came into being. Giving witness to this creation came a custodian, a yarn spinner, weaving tales and fables into existence. And it continues on like that. It
Chapter
seems to be
2.
some sort of origin story.
Yeah.
Chapter 2.
We just rest of the campaign. We just read through the book, chapter 1 to 50.
So what we're saying is this isn't a multiverse; it's more of a Spider-Verse.
Oh, God.
Oh no, you got me.
I just got that. That was awful.
Wow. Like there's the illustrated version that's very cartoony, but then there's a very realistic story version without pictures.
It is a little mind-boggling to think whether this is true or not, or maybe this is just his interpretation. But
this is like
If
maybe
Yarn-
Yarn Spinner is maybe if we destroy the book, we destroy Yarn Spinner. Maybe he's like tied. His essence is tied to the book.
Or
Yes, but
wait, flip to the end of the book and see what's then most recently, because that should be what he's doing now if it's somehow still writing.
Yeah, flip to the end of this book, and then maybe afterwards, if that gives us nothing, we go to the end of the furthest book, maybe the one that's on his desk.
All right, let's go to the end of this book.
Okay. So the end of the book doesn't so much as end, but seems to be the beginning of a new horizon where Yarn Spinner realizes his potential, his power to weave these stories and create new ones, new realities, new worlds, and fill them with an abundance of colorful characters And yeah, that's exactly what he then went on to do. The end of this story is the beginning of the whole library that you see before you. These shelves filled with books.
Oh my god. Yeah, is there any books about Snurg? No, we don't know Snurg. But yeah, let's go to the one that's on his. Is the one on his desk that he's currently writing?
There's. Let's see. Is there one? Yes. Sure. There's a work in progress by the looks. And let's read it.
This is where we find the plot twist.
It says the elements of a story. It seems to describe a sort of a guide to telling a good story, with there being references to tone, characters, a sort of a story arc for the characters, a leaving, coming back, and then sort of a reward, the treasure. There's talk about a conflict, and there's a little lightning bolt in the side column marked where conflict is. And further on, you see there's other little symbols marked in the columns next to, say, stuff like setting, theme, characters. And I'll tell you if you want to know any of those.
Sure.
Characters.
Characters, there's a strange little blob like picture. It's sort
Is
of
it
a
us?
wiggly blob outlined. Like what Ditto looks like from
Yeah.
Pokemon? It kind of looks like that.
Is there one for... Is it only the ones you listed, or are there others?
There seems to be a few, yeah. There's
Is there one for inspiration by any chance?
there is.
Oh yes,
There is.
forgot about that.
And
Inspiration is a big part of writing a story.
And
And
I'm
it
gonna
seems to be
guess
something that
it looks a little bit like, I want to say a sun or something like that.
funny. You're spot on. It looks like a brilliant sun with beaming light flooding from it. But it's like a very kind of like sketched in sort of. It's not like a full detailed mosaic. It's just like a little doodle. Yeah.
Cool.
Can we see what's in the theme? What
Okay.
the theme book has? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you look around, try to find theme. There's language, there's creation, and keep going. Mood. Let's see. Language has a little drop next to it. Looks like a little drop of water. But of course, there's a little drop of ink because where it's been penned in. Where's theme? So, good question. Where is theme? Ah, here it is. Yes. Okay. It's like a picture of a little volcano, and you can see a river of magma that's kind of spilled out the top, drawn on.
Okay.
Okay. See, this is one of these things where I personally would just dig into each of them because of reasons out of game. Hence why I was asking particularly about the inspiration one, because that links to the Friday game, which for those who are watching, check out the Friday game because it's awesome. But yes,
yeah, there is some sort of weird, unknowable ambiguity about all of this. It feels as though, as you're reading this in the private sanctum of an archway, you truly are peeking behind the gossamer curtain of web.
This is an archway?
Behind the literal curtain of storytelling.
Oh.
It's
almost as if, and this is why I honestly think my point of Yarn Weaver is secretly Snurg is correct, because it's almost like Yarn Weaver is Chris more than any other character, because it's literally seems to be the archfey responsible for weaving stories into existence. It is the DM.
DM.
Yeah.
Yeah. How meta.
And the book is
So,
titled Elements of a Story. And each of these do seem to represent like an element. The water drip for language. The magma seems to be the theme for some reason.
it's
And it continues on.
And it's initialed C.G.
Can't.
Anyway.
No, it doesn't make sense.
No.
Yeah. So,
Anyway, shall we go find Yarn Spinner then?
See, Yarn Spinner's just the pen name. That's the thing, you know, like the nom de plume, as it were.
Ah, yes. What do you have? A pen name, right? Like
yeah, literally a nom de plume, name of writer.
That's what it's called, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
It is literally Chris's alter ego, because when he looks into a mirror, he has 8 eyes.
Yeah, he just wears a second pair of glasses.
The double vision.
No, because
now, Chris, I just want you to get a pair of googly eyes and stick them on your forehead with a second pair of glasses. I so want you to do a Snurg cosplay one day.
Yeah, should we go find Yarn Spinner? Maybe he is in the typography place, and we gotta give him back the keys.
Yeah, Tarquin just sort of leans in here. Anyone? Yarn Spinner, you in here?
He doesn't seem to be. He's absent.
He was supposed to get us free.
You in here, Yarn
You in
Spinner?
here?
Oh, you're actually walking around the map. I was out alt tabbed for so long. You do see that Yarn Spinner is actually in the typeset room, and he's helping all his little spiderlings fit the typesets back into the printing press. And he's like, "There you go, and that one. That should do it. Ah, finally, we can give those spiderlings a rest in the. It's you. You're awake. Did you have any of those nightmares? Or what were they?"
Well, it was the little white ghost spiders that were pretending to be you. I pretended to be one of them and told them to go away because I was your apprentice. And
You tricked him.
yeah, but here's the book that they've been writing while pretending to be you. Apparently, I'm going to turn into a toy in the future, and that's the curse. Oh, and Tanwen as well. But yeah. If you do need some of our stories, I wrote some down in the night that isn't, taken from us to make us forget things. And I'll give them the piece of paper of the stories that I wrote down as well.
You're
while I
gifting him. You're gifting me these.
Well, isn't that what you do? Visitors come along and then they tell you stories and you take
Yes,
them.
of course. I would be honored to write a story about the Carnival cards. This one is clearly somewhat a bad taste attached to it. I will rewrite this, get all the details accurate, and perhaps it won't be a story of my design, but you will be the authors. I'll credit all of you. I'll simply put it into production.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
And he says, "No, thank you for giving me this opportunity to tell your story."
just try and not to get it wormed, because if I end up coming up against myself in the future that's popped out of one of your stories, I will not be happy.
You know, gift of... I hear this Prismere has a certain rule known as the gift of reciprocity.
Yeah. Schling?
That was
Go ahead.
The gift is you escape life.
Follow me. We'll find something for you, I'm sure.
I completely forgot about the whole reciprocity. I'm too ill to remember things.
I forgot about the rules.
Literally, Solomon does not remember things very well right now.
Oh, there's two Solomons.
Two
Let me
Solomons?
put- yeah, you got the question mark, Solomon. So he says, Solomon, you've got a vivid imagination. Tell me, what would be useful for your party?
To get to Scarifers as quick as possible, and then we can leave before I turn into a toy.
You're asking me to transport you somewhere? A little bit tricky.
Oh,
I'm
I thought you could
I'm
do
not
that.
in control of Prismir. Prismir is
Oh.
not my domain. Once you're back in thither, I'm afraid you're on your own. No,
Maybe a
more
method of
something,
transportation.
a method of transportation. Something like hmm, something through the forest? A wagon won't do you well. Hmm.
Considering
No.
I once heard a story of a hag's hut that walked. Could you make it like a walking wagon?
Oh.
A walking wagon.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. Like my own legs. That's
Yes.
easy to
Yes.
imagine.
And it could have like rather than just being like a wagon, it could even be maybe like a small house. So it's like a portable home for us.
Wait. Xaxx?
Yeah.
Didn't you say that robot needed helping?
Yeah, there's also the robot that's in your dream park here area. That doesn't know what he is. Well, he says he's a robot. I don't know what a robot is, but he's there's the metal guy. You can see him. He's got the square head there.
What if
Yeah, he's like a conscious being.
you gave that legs and that helped us transport to where we wanted to go?
Oh, he could be like our own little metal giant.
I mean, you've already got part of it, so it'd be quicker to make.
Yeah,
And then we just ride on it, I guess?
we could ride in his stomach area.
Oh. Is it bigger on the inside?
I'm so confused. What is it you're talking about?
The robot, if you gave it legs, it could be our
Oh,
transport.
that thing. Oh,
Yeah, it apparently
I mean, if only if it wanted it to, because it may be a sentient being on its own too, right? So we don't want to
bit of a
force it
scrapped
into
idea.
service.
Thought about this plane of lore I heard. Lots of little strange mechanisms and robots all marching to the same beat. What would you prefer? I suppose
Wait. Just repeat that a moment. You said about a group of robot or mechanoid things walking to the same beat.
correct.
In that bad version of the story, there were these like tin constructs that walked to the beat of a drum.
Oh, goodness.
So, just
They sound similar, to be honest. Those robots here, the ones in that Imaginarium, they are known as Modron.
a what
I
now?
thought Modron, and that
And
one's a duodrone, I think, or is it a quadrone? There's so
do
many different variations.
what
All
do
have
it
their
do a
own
drone?
specific tasks. They're built for one thing and one thing only. They're all a mystery, though. Whatever created them, or I guess commands them, is another force entirely. A far, far away place.
I mean, either that or you could just, I don't know, flying airship. That was in the book as well.
True, but airships. Then we've got the potential of the Jabberwock if it's real, and
Yeah,
that air guy.
you want an
Let's-
airship knowing what happened to the last one you witnessed? Yeah. I think a walking wagon sounds perfect.
There's an
Could you-
idea for it.
Like, if it's as Xaxx said it was, and that guy was scared of being there, then could you at least give that guy legs to let him go? Imagine being stuck somewhere that you didn't want to be.
Or
Oh.
if you
I'm
said like he's a creation with a single purpose, right? What if you just changed that purpose as part of making this thing, so his purpose is to transport us somewhere, or to transport us?
I could attempt to try and imagine. Sorry, is that?
I just don't like the idea of changing the robot's purpose,
Okay.
like just because
Yeah.
it doesn't like what it is now,
Just
I'm not
without
sure it
asking it.
feels at all, but I suppose I should try and.
free it.
Well, it's not. It's not
It's
necessarily
like
freeing it.
it's like Wendy. It's exactly like what Wendy is. It's just stuck,
I
whereas
will make
Wendy's not stuck.
Iotone. I will make a story about the Modron. This way, it will have a place, a home. It'll be sort of another subdomain of the plane of law.
Cool.
Now, with that sorted, the walking wagon, unless Solomon, you have any other particular ideas. But at the moment, you already probably see the wagon in that actual place, beginning to sort of all the wheels begin to sort of slowly transform, unwinding like a spiral
Yeah,
and
just
shifting.
make sure it's not got weird, creepy rooms in it
Well, I'm
or fleshy legs.
not sure you want an entire house. That will be a little bit cumbersome in the forest. Imagine it
Oh,
trying to squeeze between trees.
I mean, as long as
Okay.
it could there be enough space potentially for us, or thinking about it, spiders, you've got like these segments of your body, so could there be like 2 or 3 segments so that it can perhaps almost like curve round things rather than being one solid block?
Oh, that sounds like a mechanical marvel. Hard to conceive, but I'll do my best.
I mean,
And
just think of something like yourself, because you've obviously got your head, you've got like your body, and then you've got like the big bit at the back. Don't know the actual terms, but where the head,
yeah.
the middle bit, and the big bit at the back are made
Oh
of
yeah, I
wood.
get what
Like,
you're saying.
yeah,
Yeah, that way you can turn on an angle.
yeah,
Yeah, I get you.
and
That's
that
actually pretty cool.
and that way we've got like a little bit of space,
Yeah.
because obviously there's like quite a few of us, so just fitting in a wagon is going to be kind of awkward.
You'd have like the back wagon where you store stuff is one segment,
Yeah,
and then the front where you'd sit with the reins would be a second segment.
yeah, that sort of thing.
hmm
I mean, you
Yeah.
need space to open up the cannon.
Yes.
Oh god.
Yeah. We need to mount the cannon on this thing.
Oh no.
Oh, that is a good point. As an
Yeah.
extra thing, can you imagine us some cannonballs and
Cannonballs.
ammunition?
Oh, look at
Cannonballs.
that! I've already done it. Too late.
Damn.
There, your wagon is ready.
Can we check this boat here for any cannonballs?
As he's going in there, and you see his little spinnerets working. Oh god, Zach. His spinnerets are actually attaching the legs and stuff. It's at that moment, Xaxx, you see a familiar foe. That same huge stone block begins to rise up out of the ground and
Be
is flying
careful.
towards yeah, it's flying towards him. Everyone, like, you see it just like hurtling towards his head. He's like, "What the deuce?"
Oh yeah.
It just slams into
Be
him. He's like,
careful.
oh,
Jeez.
his glasses, like spectacles, come flying off his head. Ow! What the heck is that thing?
Okay,
Right.
we're gonna have to fight the giant block to get our wagon.
Oh goodness! Yeah, we will have to do that.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
He says,
I'm gonna step in.
Right.
"Oh no!" I know what that is. It's
What is
every
that?
storyteller's worst nightmare.
Writer's
Oh,
block.
writer's
Writer's
block.
block. Oh my god.
And yeah,
Why?
I think on that bombshell, that's a good place to wrap up tonight's session as well.
Wow.
Oh, that
Wow.
bombshell.
That's what that is.
That's so meta.
Honestly,
I love it.
I really hate that we didn't pick up on that earlier.
Yep, it is
Oh,
a writer's block.
It's not
I
a
already did.
actual block, it's like a stalactite or something.
well, it's a
Amazing.
That's what it looks like. Giant stone slab with once upon a time something. It's hard to read. But
Once
yeah,
upon
that thing's just hovering
upon a
around.
time, there lived a princess whose home was, and then it's scribbled.
And then it's like, damn it, I can't think of anything. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And it's just like floating around like a Borg cube, just like smashing into him. But yeah, we're gonna end there because that's gonna be a little bit of combat. I'm sure you can take it on. You got a full pie, full rested. So hopefully it's not too much of a nuisance, but it is preventing Yarn Spinner from finishing your walking wagon, which I can come up with little stats for in the meantime. So yeah, we'll sign off here. Thanks very much for watching, and tune in tomorrow for What Lies Beneath.
Yep.
Same
Well,
time.
I have quite a bit planned for once.
Yay.
So, bye for now.
Bye bye.
Bye.